Let's try that again. Hey everybody, and welcome back to Ready Steady Play. How y'all doing? Welcome to yeah, great start. Oh, I wasn't muted, Nemo. It's just fun OBS issues as usual. OBS loves to forget what mic it's supposed to be using, but and a number of other complicated issues. I should just stream video games. I say it all the time. I don't know what I'm doing here. Anyway. This is the first live stream of 2023, and that's exciting. This is going to be fun. We're going to be playing through Endless Winter solo mode with every single thing in Endless Winter. And I've got some thoughts on Endless Winter. I haven't played it yet with other people, actually. I played it solo, just the core game, and then I played it solo with everything. I was trying to figure out what people on YouTube hadn't done yet, and it looks like people have pretty much played it, live streamed it with all the content, with all the expansion sets and everything else. So I thought, well, why not just see if it functions. Its solo mode functions with everything in it, and it definitely functions. I can say that much for sure. So this is Endless Winter, the game. This is the game that we're playing, and then there's the expansions. This is the Ancestors expansion, which is mostly a few small modules, and then also alternate bits for all of the main box. Then there's this one, which is the Rafts, Rivers and Rafts expansion, which has sort of two major new additions to the game. It changes up the game board. So this is a sort of a territory control income thing that you're playing. And Rivers and Rafts adds this giant river. I realize I've got no close-up of that board, which is foolish. So it adds this river, and it also has these landmarks. You don't have to use the landmarks if you don't want to. Of course, we're using both. We've also got cave paintings, which adds a action. I don't want to say roll and write because there's no rolling, but there is writing. It adds this sort of fill in the dots, like a join the dots kind of action selection thing, which is pretty funny. Where are we at here? Let's get this camera over here and I'll show you. Also, I was a little late because my cat is having an absolute fit outside the closed door. I think she's just being away, and she's like, who's come back? Why are you back here? So you can see. Maybe you can see. Come on. You focus for me, buddy? I don't want to focus. I'm sure I'd like it if you focus. There we go. What you can do is you can fill in these sections around here, and then you can unlock passive incomes or one-off big ol' bonuses. And that's cave paintings. And so you've got to take actions to fill these in, and then when you complete the dots, you can also fill in a line, which is all actions that you would otherwise be spending somewhere else. But there's lots of in-game points if you fill in all the dotted lines well. No, you have to fill it all in, just some of it. But the more you fill in, the more points you can get. So that's kind of it in a nutshell. There's a lot of little modular stuff as well that we're going to be throwing in. Like the mammoth, the burial grounds, the canine familiars. That might be it. We're also using all of the alternative variants. So in the Ancestors box, you've got these are the hunting grounds. This is a whole action that you're doing. Alternate cards for all of that. The tribe cards are important. All of the alternates for that. There's a close-up of the tribe cards at the bottom here. Actually, these two are alternate again because this one, is from Rivers and Rafts, and this one's from Cave Paintings, and then the other three are the alternates from the Ancestors box. So there's a lot going on in this game, and you may never have heard of it. So, has anyone actually heard of this game? Has anyone played it yet with real people? Hey, Difter, good to see you. Nero, good to see you. Happy New Year, guys. I hope you're doing alright. Hope you had a nice holiday period. Some nice celebrations. Anyone played Endless Winter? I know how many of you are loitering in chat, but if you don't want to share, maybe none of you know. Maybe that's why you're like, Mike, play Endless Winter, so we can find out whether we should have FOMO about it. I backed this because Acos says, I haven't opened my copy yet, and Difter says, I voted for it so you'd play it for me. Fair enough. Yeah, so, I mean, I backed this because fundamentally this is deck building and action selection. Acos says, might as well go ahead and open it now. Yeah, why not? Why not open up your copy while I take you through literally everything you got? And Nero says, I'm just here for RSP. I don't even know the game. Well, thank you for joining me. It's lovely to have you here, and I'm glad that, you know, I spent a lot of effort trying to make this show somewhat entertaining, no matter what we're playing. Now, this game is going to test my capacity to be an entertaining host, and we'll find out why as we go through it. I'll give you a little bit of an overview about what the game is and what it's about. So, the game itself is deck building, work placement. So the obvious comparisons are Arnak, Lost Ruins of Arnak, and also June Imperium. This one is a lot more like Arnak than June, and I'm going to talk a bit more about the comparisons and, you know, what I think about all three games at the end. Although, you know, I won't go too much into the other games. Mostly we'll focus on this one. And I'll just get, I'll do a little bit of sort of a rundown of my impressions from having played the solo mode a bunch of times. I can only speculate on what it's like to play with actual people. God, my cat's going nuts. I don't know if she had her dinner. Maybe she's just upset. It's not her dinner time yet. Don't worry for her. She's fine. So, let me give you a bit of a rundown. The game is I'm going to keep this brief as possible because there's a lot going on here, and I'll explain a lot of it as we go. But the base game is this board on its own without this action space. So this action space is a whole new action space we added in. And you can see here I've got all the playmats and everything from Kickstarter. I went all in on this Kickstarter. I bought everything. Oh yeah, I was going to do the credits as well. My bad. Please indulge me. So, is this the right rulebook? Yeah, it is. There it is. So the game is designed by Stan Kordonski, and it is developed by Johnny Pack. Now, Stan Kordonski, I don't know. I don't know if he's actually got any other designs. I've not heard of his name before. But Johnny Pack is quite well known for Sierra West, Coloma, Hangtown, which actually was the precursor to Coloma, and most recently, I want to say, that Merchants game. Merchants of something. Merchants Cove? I didn't actually get to play it. But generally speaking, I get along well with Johnny Pack's designs. They tend to be sort of like Euros with lots of little mini games and sort of exciting elements. Sierra West, I've got a review copy of that I've never touched. I think I said that the last time we talked about him as well. I tried to get into it, but I just haven't been able to yet. The art's by the Miko, who you'll know from the Garfield games, which is all of the Western Kingdom, the North Seas, and now the we played it. Michael and I streamed it during the Kickstarter, and we weren't super impressed with it. Someone let me know in chat. Anyway, the green screen's coming through a bit. Can we adjust it? Well, we can turn it off for now, Difter. Yeah, I spent a long time fighting with the green screen ahead of the stream because it's so many cards. I'm gonna have to show you so many cards. But the green screen's not been cooperating for a little while now, and I think I just need to build it from scratch again, but I just haven't had the time. That's too much on, guys. I'm still trying to edit some of the... anyway, getting sidetracked. All the cards. This has all the cards. So the solo mode is by Drake Villarreal, which was developed by Johnny Pack and Karsten Burak. And the rulebook, there's some layout credited to Bridget Idelacato and Jason Kingsley, and the editing is Paul Grogan. So, and actually it's a good rulebook, so well done, Paul. And layout editors. And the game is published by Fantasia Games. It's their first publication. So there you go. There we go. I did my due diligence. I did the credits. And now we're back up here and looking at this giant mess. So, there is 4 rounds of the game tracked up here by Woolly Mammoth. The Woolly Mammoth is on number 1. He goes over here to the Eclipse. The Eclipse is like a sort of income step where people are going to get various things depending on what they've done. Round 2, Eclipse. Round 3, Eclipse. Round 4, Eclipse. Game's over. So not actually a massively long game in terms of actions you'll get, because during a single round you'll get 3 actions. You've got 2 workers and a chief who will give you 3 actions. When you take an action, you pick one of the action spots. Each action spot has 3 different positions, and you'll just move down the positions and you'll get to do well, actually you'll get to do 2 things really. That's also not really helpful. How do I describe this best? You'll get to do some stuff up here, which is pretty much, this is sort of, it's called an infinite space. It's got this little infinite symbol here to show you that it's infinite. And it's got 2 things you can do in this particular action space. Each action space has sort of different things you can do. And you can do these things as many times as you can afford. So this top action costs labor. This one costs tools and labor. And as long as you have money, you can just keep buying them. You can do them in either order, and you can resolve one and then do another thing if you want. And then you get to move down here, and you do this thing in the yellow band, and you just do that once, and then you move down here. And if you're the first person, you get to cover up this circle and have the bonus in the circle. And if you're not the first person, you just live down here in this art space. And you can see over here on this cave paintings action, which is we've added in because of the cave paintings, otherwise there's nothing here. There's a meeple that's not actually in the game covering up the bonus space, because part of the solo mode is there's no bonus for this action space because the AI will never use it. Hey, Haggers, you're not that late. I was just more on time than usual. So, but there are 4 action spaces in the game, and they all kind of let you do different things, right? But at the end of the game, we're going to get points, and we're going to get points. There's end-game scoring. Yeah, there's quite a lot of end-game scoring, but there's also quite a lot of mid-game or during-game scoring. I'd say it's probably about 50-50. Actually, with all the expansions, there's a lot more end-game scoring than there is in just the base game, because you can get a huge amount of points from your cave paintings board if you filled it in, whereas, are you a bit sick? Your voice sounds deeper and more manly. No, I don't think so. I've moved the mic, so I wonder, like, normally the mic is directly opposite me, but I found with the new Game Topper, this is played on Game Topper. There's a link in the description down below. I'm terrible at that. Hang on, where's my... So, did I add it in here? Yes. This live stream is going to be played on a Game Topper. And you can find a link to their products in the description down below if you like the look of the table, which, you know, very kindly was gifted to us by Game Topper, and it's an absolute joy to film on. Except that it's a huge table they've given us. The mic was very far away. So I've got a new mic device which holds the mic sort of up above the table a bit. So I'm a bit closer. Kind of like it's been slowed down a little. Alright, your voice is supposed to be normal. OBS might distort the mic. Let's have a quick check. Let's have a quick... check of mic quality. It's always something. It's fine. Testing. 1 2 1 2. Oh yeah. Wow. That's right. I do sound deep. How is that? Testing, testing. Still deep. Why? Game Topper. Make sure to voice more manly. Much to all of your disappointment, I've disabled Michael Clark Duncan mode. There we go. It's Windows being weird. Windows was just like, hey, let's just run it at deep voice mode. So let's try this again. That's all done. Good, good, good. Back to the explanation of the game. Which is to say, oh my god, where was I? Right. The action. So yeah, probably about 50% of your points in the core game are picked up during the game, 50% at the end game. With the expansions, there's a lot more end game scoring. In my one experience playing all of this, the AI scored the vast majority of its points during the game. And I scored a lot of my points in end game. That might have just been the strategy I was using, I'm not sure. I decided I wanted to really focus on the cave painting stuff, and I did that a lot, which has most of its points in endgame scoring. Maybe if I picked a different one, like focusing on the monuments. I think they're called the monuments, which are these things here. I think if I'd been focusing on doing the monuments, maybe I would have scored a lot more points during the game, but I was focusing a lot more on the objectives. So, we'll see. There's our little river guys as well there, going down the river. If they need to stand up for this camera and then lie down for the top camera. But yeah, so if you're just playing the core game, very straightforward, sort of deck builder action selection thing. The round is well, actually I've got a little summary here, so I can share with you guys. If the green screen's cooperating. Oh no, please tell me it hasn't crashed. Just turn it off? No, how could it have crashed? It can't have crashed. Please. Yeah, ha ha ha. Alright, technology's actually working. So you can see we've got here at the top the action phase, which is to play culture cards. So there are two kinds of cards in your deck, culture cards and tribesman cards. And you get to play a culture card for free, and then you can play additional culture cards by discarding tribesman cards from your deck. And then you can place a figure and perform an action. So you place a figure on one of those action spaces, and then it moves through, as I just demonstrated earlier. And you get to do all the actions associated with the action space. And then at the end, you discard all the cards you played. And after your third turn, so after you've placed your final figure, you will also prepare an Eclipse pile, which I think would be really fun in a game with real people, but is kind of mechanical in a game against the AI. And then you've got an Eclipse phase where we are doing sort of income and checking things. We're all going to reveal our Eclipse piles. And what you're kind of doing is you're bidding on player order using tribesman cards, or tribesfolk cards. Tribespeople cards? I think they are called tribesman cards, but they shouldn't be. I mean, we have a tribeswoman. Maybe they are tribesfolk. Anyway, you will reveal those piles, and whoever bid the most labor will get to be first in turn order. Any culture cards you bid are purely there as a bluff to make people think you paid more cards than you did. So in the solo mode, you would never put culture cards into the Eclipse pile. But some cards also have an Eclipse effect when they're revealed in the Eclipse pile. So you might put them in there for the actions as well as the labor that they contribute. So then we determine the new turn order based on people's labor bids. And then everyone's going to receive some benefits from the turn order track, from the cards that they put into their Eclipse pile. And then if we're playing with the animal cards from Ancestry, the alternate animal cards, you'll get some income from that. We are using all of those. And the cave painting boards as well, if you're playing with Cave Paintings expansion, which we are doing.
And then you can get income off of the terrain tiles, which is this sort of area control system out here that I'll talk about later. And then you can get some income from your player board as well. You can see we've got all of our little stacks of buildings. And just like a lot of games that you've played where you put things out from a player board to unlock incomes, think Barrage, think Terra Mystica. You know, you pick up a thing, you reveal an icon, you're going to get an income, right? So this has that. And then then there's a preparation step, which is kind of not on the player aid, unfortunately, which is kind of just clean up, where we get all our meeples back, we might put out some new cards, and then also we drop a new hand for the next round. And one of the things that's rather unique about this deck builder, unlike normal deck builders, is that between rounds you keep any cards you didn't use, and that has a bit more potency in this than well, you're not even allowed to do it in other ones anyway. So then we've got final scoring at the bottom here that you can see, the offering track. So that's kind of the whole purpose of this thing over here. I kind of wish I had set up a third scene for this, but we'll just have to shoot back and forth. So this is the offering track here, and it's 2 tracks that you're going up. There's a system of deleting cards from your deck, trashing, burning, whatever you want to call it, deck building mechanism of get bad cards out my deck. And in this game, it's called bury, or you put them into the graveyard, you put them into the burial grounds, and then you're going to get points at the end of the game for the number of cards in your burial ground. So it's kind of doubly effective, because you get the bad cards out your deck, and the more cards in the burial grounds, the more you're going to score. And it's going to be based on how far up this track you made it. So your little figure moves up the track, and at the end of the game, you're going to get points based on where you are on this track in relative position to the other players. So there's sort of like a first place on the track gets the most points, or has access to the most points, but it's also based on how many cards they actually buried. So you could be first position, but then you didn't bury like any cards, and you're not going to get very many points. You'll also unlock points as you move up the track as well. And then this track is leftover resources. So by going, there's no competition on this track. It doesn't really matter where you are relative to anyone else. So long as you step onto the track, you're going to get some points for resources at the end of the game. You start off of it. And if you get all the way to the top, you're going to get a 1-for-1 exchange, which is pretty good. David K says, Happy 2023 to everyone. I'm thinking that Endless Winter is currently not a favorite board game in Buffalo, New York. Nobody wants to play it with you, David? Or you played it and you didn't like it? Let us know. I'm interested to hear if anyone has played it so far. So, with real people. I have not played it with real people. I've played it with solo, and I've got some thoughts, which I'll share at the end of the video. But, it's speculation on how it works with real people anyway. So, in-game scoring, right. So that's those are the 2 tracks. The offering track. Come on, camera, I know you can do it. You just did it, bud. Did so well. So the offering track and the honor track. Offering is the food and the tools I talked about, the resources. Honor track is the buried cards. Tribe and culture cards. So much like Lost Ruins of Arnak, there are points on all of your cards that you buy. So at the end of the game, you'll get victory points for all the cards you've bought that are worth points, including those in your burial site. Non-tipped animal cards. So you're going to find during the hunting minigame, which is this section up here, and this action space over here, you're going to collect these animal cards, and then you're going to be able to... we're playing with all the alternate cards, so there's not a lot of endgame scoring here, except for the AI. But in the core game, you're basically set collecting. So if you get a bunch of matching animals, they're worth points at the end. In this, because we're playing with all the alternate figures, instead they give you income now, but they're not really worth anything at the end of the game. However, in both versions of the animal cards, you can tip them, which effectively means, I guess, that you've hunted the animal and now you've killed it and you've made use of its meats and good furs and good things. So when you tip it, you get a bunch of resources, and then it has no further effect in the game, whether it's for income or endgame scoring. So you can either, harvest it for bonus now, or save it and get income in the Eclipse phase with these versions that we're playing with, or you can set collect for the core game. So here's the giant beaver, which is the alternate pink card. So you can see the tipping symbol underneath the beaver. If we tip him, we're going to get 2 idols, which is steps up on these tracks. We can decide how to use those however we want. And we're going to get a food as well. If we don't tip him, then we're going to get that bottom row, which is eclipse phase, hence the eclipse symbol. And for each giant beaver we have, we'll get some different stuff. I think it's cumulative. I'm going to double check that actually. Because I think the last time I played you just got the bracket you had. So if you have 3 beavers, you get a tool. But I actually think it might be if you have 3, you get all 3 rewards. Because it's not very good otherwise. I'll double check that in just a minute. So non-tipped animal cards, that's pretty much just going to be the AI in this version of the game. You know, I would pay someone so much money to make a webcam that was really fast autofocus. And finally, cave painting boards. So the cave painting boards, like I said, are worth points by filling in the dotted line on the creature. So there are 2 versions of the cave painting board. You can play with the woolly mammoth side, which is identical for everyone, so everyone plays the woolly mammoth, or you can play with the kitty cat. So I'm playing with the kitty cat because I'm the kitty cat clan. And which is why I'm yellow. I don't normally play yellow, but I want it to be the kitty cats. So you can see around the outside of the cave painting is a dotted line, and for each sort of section of this dotted line that you fill in, for your highest cumulative section, you'll get points. Basically, that's what this is indicating down here. For each basically it's each node connected within your longest section of filled in dotted lines, 1 point per node. Heggers is making a reference that I don't get. David says, what do we got here? Too cold here to play. Doubt Frostpunk would go down well, either real life weather. Oh, too cold there. Right. Yes. Not a fun theme at the moment. Yes. Okay, so we're talking about the storm. Yeah, I have been keeping up with that. That's rough. Enjoying the soothing music? Yeah, David, we gotta have our soothing Eurogame music on in the background to keep us sane. Angry kitty cat expression. So kitty cat's mad now. And its ears kind of look like horns because it's a big scary kitty cat. So maybe we'll do some of the cave painting stuff. I'm not sure. I did it last time. And last time I did pretty well. So the thing is, when you basically chalk in all of the bits, all of the stuff, you set the AI to start on 25 points and you play it on hard mode. I did that when I played this before. I think I ended somewhere around 135 and the AI had about 150, so it was pretty close. But at some point during the game, I was on like 15 and they were on like 95. So I made up an enormous amount of points in in-game scoring. That's the meme. Isn't that a really old meme? The dancing cat? I don't know memes. I'm on the internet, but I don't look at the internet. I'm too busy learning rules, guys. Do you know how long it took me to learn this? All? About 17 years old. Oh my god, memes are 17 years old? Good lord. That's mad, isn't it? Like... Incidentally, if you are watching and you find you cannot comment, that's because you're not subscribed. If you subscribe, then you'll be able to comment in the chat. I turned that on to keep out people who are abusing chat and trying to sell things that they shouldn't be selling on YouTube. So, anyway, with this in line, with this sort of all said and done, I've got sort of 2 final things I need to do here, and one is to take my home base. So normally, you know, really need to have like. So normally, there's a sort of a base tile in the middle, and everyone starts with one of their tents in the center of the board. But because we're playing with the river, and there's a river there now, we start around the outside and everyone gets their own little base camp, which the AI doesn't use. You'll see the AI has actually got all of their tents already on the board. This one should be here. There and there, and there and there. Hey, Happy New Year, Alessandro. Hope you had a wonderful time as well, sir. So, they've also got their other 2 tents up there. So the AI has always got all their tents on the board. I think so I'm looking at these obelisks as well, and I'm thinking about sort of strategies. So this is the monolith. I randomized these. There's 5 of them. You can use anywhere between 0 and 5 if you're playing with the Rivers and Rafts expansion. So we're using 3 because, like I said, we're just using as much as possible. So here's the obelisk, and basically for every tent on this tile during the eclipse, you get a point. So if you just mass all your tents on the obelisk, 1 point. And then we've got the giant tree of life, Yggdrasil, I don't know, world tree. Anyway, for each village touching a river, for each of your villages touching a river, you get 2 points. But that's only if you control the tree of life. So more on this in just a minute. And finally, the volcano, which is actually going to reward you. So this is kind of the opposite of you can't score this and the obelisk, because the volcano says for every tent that you have that's not up here, i.e. for every tent that you have that's still on your player board down here, you'll get a point if you control the volcano. So control works like this. We've got sort of 2 kinds of things. We've got little tents and we've got villages. And you want to get the villages out, I think, because they help you control the spaces on the board, but also they give you card income. You get to draw extra cards during the end of the round, which is really, really good. Because cards are hard to come by and incredibly useful. So the thing is, we've got our tents, and if your tent is on a tile, you've got 1 influence on that tile. And then you're going to get the good shown on the tile if you have the most influence, and if you're tied, everyone gets it. So if I were here, both red and yellow, me and or bulls and cats, buffalo and kitty cats would get what's called a monolith, which is this mini game over here that we'll talk about later. But if red has more influence than yellow, then red gets the reward and yellow doesn't. And so villages are built at the corners of the tiles and give you 2 influence over each tile that they're touching. And so the villages can kind of help you put out influence. And so whoever has influence, the most influence over these monuments, are going to get to score the points in the eclipse phase. So that's fair enough. So we're going to want to build our villages out as best we can, but building a village is quite difficult. More on how to do that later. The other thing is we've got these glaciers, which are different to... So we've got like 4 kinds of land, because we're playing with everything. So we've got the river, which the river's not really got any income on it, except you get these fish tiles. So if you control the river in the eclipse phase, you get to draw 1 of the fish tiles from the fish tile pool over here, and then you can have whatever it shows on the back, resources of some kind, probably. So there is an income, it's just random. You don't know what it is, but it might be slightly better than the other incomes shown here. The forests give you a tool. This one is the plains. It gives you an idle, which is a movement up the track. This one gives you a point. The river gives you a point. The woolly mammoth tribe here give you 2 food. The grasslands over here give you 2 points. So they're just strictly better than the waterfall. And then you've got the standing stones over here, which gives you a torch, which is useful for cave paintings. Because it's hard to paint in the dark. So the torches help you paint more effectively. And then we've actually got 2nd grasslands because of the randomized setup of the board. The final land type is the glacier, which has no effect whatsoever unless you play with the glacier module, which adds these little tiles to the glaciers. So the little tiles come with this side and they're face down and you don't know what they do, but the minute someone moves their tent onto the glacier, the tile's flipped over to reveal a unique power. So in this case, whoever claims this tile, which is the person who builds a village. So you see, this means when you build a village, get whatever's next to it, right? So now this is face up, we know what it does. When someone builds a village here, they're going to get to exert their influence over there, and they're going to get the 2 glacier tiles from here and here. Those tiles will go away, they'll get the benefits, and then the glaciers will do nothing for the rest of the game. So that's a little module you can play with to make the glaciers slightly more valuable, a bit more contentious. Just another thing to think about. Right, so I have to put out my starting base, which means I need to be thinking about where do I want to go at the start. I'm quite tempted to go up here, up here, because I think that food and the monolith are really useful to get at the start of the game and help us get our engine running. But I am very far from the obelisk if I want to do that, and I'm even quite far from both of these. So that's going to make that a bit more tricky. But I do think the monolith is really useful, and if I can control the monolith, that would be great. I know that the AI, based on the way it works, will be building its villages over this side of the board first. So in many ways, this is actually good for me as well, because we're not going to be competing too much with our villages against one another. I've talked myself into it. I think we should go up here, because then we're right next to the 2 points and the food, and that seems like a good idea. So there's our little house there. And the very last thing I need to do is, I've got 3 cards in my starting hand. You always start with these 3 cards in your starting hand. You get to have your tribeswoman, or on what this person does later, I guess. You get to have one of your braves. I think you have 2 braves in your starting deck. Just like most deck builders, everyone's got a deck of 10 cards. Most of them are crummy. And you also get to start with one of the cards from these better tribespeople decks up at the top there. I happen to have started with the tracker. There are, at the start of the game, starting resource cards, which are in the basic game, or in the basic rule set, dealt at random. I've dealt this one at random, so I didn't pick it. I got to start with a direwolf, a woolly mammoth, a mastodon. I got to start with 1 tool on this track here. 1 tool. I got to start with 3 food, and I got to start with this tracker card, which is one of the Ancestors alternate cards, I think. No, this is not from Ancestors. What is this from? The expansion with the... Yeah, this is from Ancestors. This is from the Ancestors. Quite the table hawk. Well, Hallenbeck, that's because we're playing with literally every expansion. But yeah, it is also not... you would still have a board like this and a board like this and this stuff in the core game as well. The actual game comes with lots of smaller boards. It doesn't have a space for these cards like this. You just lay this out on the table somewhere. I just have all the fancy playmats because I'm a dumb sucker. Thank God for Game Toppers. Thank you, Heggers. Thank God for Game Toppers. So, I've got my starting card here. I've got my 2 starting ones as well. So I'm going to draw 2 more off the top of my deck, which has been randomly shuffled. So I don't know what I'm going to get. I'm really hoping for altars. So I got a tribesman who is basically the guff card. We'll be killing off our tribesmen as fast as we can because they're rubbish. And another tribesman. Just my luck. So no culture cards, all tribesfolk cards. That's fine. So that's my starting hand there. This starting resources card can be removed from the game. We don't need, or pack in the game box. We don't need it anymore. Now I want to get. So the thing is, with the burial track here, there are. I can show you these icons on this card. These are the in-game scoring. So you can see here that if you are first place on the honor track, then you'll get 15 points if you have 7 or more cards in your burial mound. If you're second place, you're going to get 10 for 7 or more cards. And if you're last, or if you're not first or second, then you'll get 6 points. And I think in a 2-player game it said we ignore. No, we just score these 2 positions. That's right. It's fine. In any case, but the point here is that you're not going to get points for more than 7 cards, right? But you might want to put more than 7 cards in because it's also a way to get shitty cards out your deck, which is great. But the catch is that in this game, we're playing with the Ceremonial Grounds, which are these 4 cards up here. And what these are going to do is they're going to give you a shed load of points for having done things during the game. So this is Sun Worship. If you take this card, you're immediately going to get a point for every tool you have and a point for every food you have. That could be as much as 15 points, but it probably won't be unless it's the end of the game. But when you take one of the Ceremonial Grounds cards, it goes on top of your Burial Grounds where you're going to be burying the cards, and it taps it, you get the points, and then you're locked out of putting any cards in there for the rest of the game. Now, in a game with actual players, you're probably going to be sitting there going, which card are they going to take? When are they going to take it? How many cards have they buried already? You know, interesting considerations that force you to pay attention to what they're doing. However, in the solo mode, the solo AI is just going to be deleting cards off of this track every Eclipse phase and getting 5 points for each card it consumes. So the earlier until I pick a card. And the minute I pick a card, it just stops doing that. So in many ways, it's worth me just grabbing a card as early as possible. But then it locks me out of burying cards for the rest of the game. So, something else to think about. I probably want to try to kill or to bury as many people as quickly as possible because it improves my deck and also stops the AI from consuming all of those Ceremonial Grounds cards and getting a ton of points itself. One thing I do like is how easy the AI is to parse as well, which is really nice. I'm just quickly checking that thing I said about the animal cards. In the meantime, chat says we have a pet direwolf and mastodon. 10 out of 10. It's true. It's some good pets to start with. Yeah, okay, so it is cumulative income. So I was playing that slightly wrong when I played before. But that's why we played before, so I understand the game better, and we can play it correctly. I mean, the Mastodon is interesting, actually, just because when you tip him, your food track just goes completely full, which is awesome. He also gives you a food and 2 points if you have 2 Mastodons. But there's only 5 of them in the whole hunting deck. And the hunting deck is thick as hell because I shuffle in a bunch of extra cards for playing with the expansion. So I use a full complement of the alternate animal cards. And then we shuffled in a bunch of extra cards as well because we're playing with all of the expansions. So, like, the thing is, there's like a bunch of cards in the second half of this deck, and if we can get to them, we'll get bonus points and things. But it's never going to happen. There's way too many cards in that deck. We're never going to see them. I think, like, you might have a hope in hell of doing it if there was 4 players, but not with us. Unless the AI decides to do it a lot, which it might do. So this card's obviously green. There's 10 of these guys, and he looks cool. So if we can get a bunch of direwolves, we'll get a bunch more points. And we might have a hope of doing that, because there's 10 of them. But I think our sort of early objective, really, is we want to bury cards and build villages. But you kind of want to do everything. It's really hard to tell. What we probably want to do is to avoid what we probably want to do is avoid letting the AI just storm ahead. But I don't know how we can do that, really. Anyway, we're playing on hard mode, so that's fun. So they start with 25 points. We're on hard mode. So why don't we start? The AI always goes first, which you can tell because of the their piece is above my piece on this turn order track. Now, there's one last thing I didn't mention. So 5 actions to pick from if you're playing with cave paintings, 4 if you're not. And then there's also something called a rest action, which is depicted here, which is effectively you don't do anything, but you can actually tip an animal and you get to draw a card. And then you also get bonus labor in the Eclipse phase to help you try to go first. It's actually not completely redundant. The rest action can be really useful. The last thing as well is that I'd mentioned is that we are playing with the rest bonuses, which is another module, which are just the little tokens you see up here. And the first person who does a rest action each turn will get the top token, or they can burn it and blind draw a token. And that will give them some other Benny for resting. So it's, the AI never rests. So it's in the solo mode, it just helps me. What do you think of cave painting expansion? I haven't tried it yet, but it seemed weird using a dry erase marker like a gimmick. Lotusman, I think it's, I can sort of get into a bit more detail later on, but suffice to say the dry erase marker and the sort of thematic cave painting stuff I thought was really fun. Is it a bit of a gimmick? Yeah, there would be other ways to do it, but I think that the dry erase marker is the funnest way to implement it. I think there's a very fine line between gimmick and fun component, and I think that fine line is it more trouble than it's worth? Like, if the gimmick is more problematic, or it makes the game like a pain to set up, or transport, or something like that, if it's more trouble, then it's adding enjoyment to the game in terms of a tactile feel or a thematic representation, then yeah, that's a bad gimmick. But if it's not more trouble than it's worth, and it's fun or satisfying to use or thematic, then I think it's definitely just a sort of creative use of components. And I like the dry erase markers. T. Carter, tipping. Yeah, tipping in this game is not giving them an extra little treat. Tipping in this game is the technical term for murdering the animal and harvesting all of its parts for the tribe to consume. So, yeah, not friendly. Okay, so, right, the AI will go first, and I'll show you how the AI works, and let's bring this guy over here so we can maybe get a better view of that. I'm going to get my hand of cards out of here for now. My terrible hand that I'm disappointed with because I didn't get altars, and I wanted altars. I could always try and get more card draw. We'll see if that happens. So, I'm going to turn back on autofocus on this camera and just hope that it cooperates. So what we do is we flip over an AI card because we're playing on hard mode. They start with one on the table. And then we flip over one that's going to be their card for the turn. And so the card is telling us a bunch of information, but now what we're really paying attention to is the column with the meeple above it. So here the meeple is above the woolly mammoth, which means that they're going to go hunting. They're not really going hunting, they're kind of just blocking off that space and then doing a bunch of stuff that's written on the card. And this goes over the previous card like this. And what that means is that they've just kind of got a little bit of extra oomph to the action. So they're going to do all of this and then also this thing here. And the next card will go on top of this one. So each time they take an action, they're doing slightly more stuff. And because we're playing on hard mode, they started with a slight oomph as well. So, in this case, how am I going to... Maybe I should actually just keep the AI's cards over here. I put them in the middle here so they'd be easier to see, but I don't think it's going to help. I'll probably... Anyway, well, maybe I can show the green screen. We'll find out. So what they're going to do is when they take the action, they just block off that space on the board. So what they're doing here is they're blocking off the hunting space bonus. So they were the first one to get in there, and they've blocked that off, and now I'm not going to get that bonus if I do that action, which is a shame, but I think I might start over here so I can bury some cards right away, because I have some shitty ones in my hand, and I want to try to get burying as quickly as possible so I can get the ceremonial grounds and just stop them getting points for that. But I need to try to get 7 cards into my burial grounds before I shut it off so that I can get maximum points from the honor track. Okay. I haven't even talked about the river yet. Alright. So, now that they've taken their action position, they're going to reveal a card off the top of the hunting deck, and then they're going to draw a card from the hunting deck, and then they're going to blind draw 2 cards from the hunting deck. So they're just getting a ton of animals. So the first thing that they do is so part of the hunting action is to just reveal more animals. And this makes more available to everyone, but it also increases the pool for you. So we start with 3 cards because we're 2 players. You always have cards, number of players plus 1. So they're going to start by revealing a new animal, which happens to be another giant beaver. Okie dokie, that's fine. And then they're going to draft a card, and you'll notice that on the AI's cards, it's got this great little arrow system. Do I keep turning this off? Oh, no, I just don't know where my cameras are. So we've got this great little arrow system here on the right, which shows a big arrow in a hex, which shows either left or right, and then a little arrow in a diamond that shows up or down. So in this case, we're prioritizing right and down, this is a great system, the AI in this game. It's like super simple to parse, and I love that because I want to focus my brain power on my turn and not trying to figure out what the AI is going to do. So right and down, it's going to take the Terror Bird, which actually, just by coincidence, makes sense because this is probably the best card to take from the set. So this is a rarer one. It's a ×5. When you tip it, you get a monolith. And also, for income, it will give you a point and an idol. Now, the thing is, the AI is not going to ever use... It doesn't tip animals, and it's never going to gain the Eclipse bonus on the bottom, because what it does is it just does set collection, and it's just going to earn points, just like in the core game. So in the core game, it would get the set collection points that are printed on the cards. In the Ancestors expansion, where we've got income animals instead of set collection, it's going to treat these animals as though they are the sets based on their rarity and get points in the end game. So he's just building sets for the end game. Now, he also has now that he's taken the Terror Bird and he's got some animal, I think he's supposed to start with one. Actually, I was going to say, because he's actually got a sort of a preemptive priority. So if he's got an animal already, he'll always try to get more animals for the set that he already has before he prioritizes using the arrows. Is he supposed to have an animal? Yes, he's supposed to start with an animal. My bad. Alright, let's give him a random one. And if it happens to be one there, he'll just take a matching one. It's not. So he started with a longhorn bison, which is actually a good one. They're all good. The animals are good. Animal cards are very useful to have. Go figure. Hunting was worthwhile in the Paleolithic era. I actually don't know if that's right. It just sounds right because it's the Paleo-Americans, but I don't know if they lived in the Paleolithic era. I don't know a lot about prehistory history. Anyway, right, so that was his first thing, reveal a new animal card. The second thing was take the animal card. Now he's just going to blind draw 2 more off the top of the deck. And that will be all of his actions. Jeez, he got so many animals. Okay, so now he's got a giant beaver, so he's going to start collecting those from the area if I don't do something about that. And he's got a short-faced bear, which is, like, really creepy. The good news for me is that he's not going to do this action again. So there he's got some set collection at the bottom for this, but he doesn't get that. He's just going to get points for collecting them. He's going to... The AI always prioritizes actions. He might do this action again. He always tries to take an action where there isn't a meeple. So, you know, if we were to draw another card with a woolly mammoth, there's already a meeple there, so then he'll try to do a different one. If they're all full, then he'll go back to his original pick. So, anyway, that's fine. That's his turn. He went hunting, he grabbed a ton of animals, and he's already got a nice fat lead. So, good for him. Well done, AI. Pleased for you. Alessandro says, I love the art. Yeah, this is the Maiko, who's the artist who does the Garfield games. And in my board game group, his art's quite divisive. People either really like it or really hate it. I also really like it. I think it's great. The AI card actually shows a bunch of different chieftains on the back. So you can see sort of here a good example of the art he's done for the humans in this game, which is really cool. The chieftains actually are... It's cool, actually, because in the core game... So the chieftains are just these figures, right? They represent one of your meeples that you're going to be using to take actions. And when you're setting up the regular game, you get dealt a random chieftain card, and then the chieftain cards are double-sided and have a special ability on each side. And the Ancestor box comes with a whole another set of 5 chieftain cards, so you've got a total of 4 powers for each chieftain if you have the Ancestors box, which is pretty neat. So that adds in a lot of variability to the game. And so I've taken Chieftain... Oh, come on. We're doing... I've taken Chief Chiselstone. And so when I place this meeple, at any point on my turn, when I took an action with the meeple, I can spend a tool and a food to draw a culture card. So we haven't really looked at the culture cards yet, but I'm probably going to buy one now, actually. Although I don't think I'll use Chief Chiselstone to do it. Simply because I'm taking an action... Oh no, I'm not going to be buying a culture card, actually. So maybe I will use Chief Chiselstone. So, these are the culture cards down here. We looked at the tribesman cards. We can look at them a bit more in a minute when I take an actual action. But these are sort of passive powers. The thing is, if I can't use the culture card this turn anyway. So maybe it is worth using her. I've got a tool, and I've got some food. Oh, but I need the tool to buy. I need more tools. What do I have? What do we have in our hand that we can use to get some more stuff? We've got this guy who's got no special powers whatsoever. He's just boring. I'm just going to focus this camera manually because it's being a jerk. Alright, so he's boring and does nothing. That's the same one. So then we've got the tracker, who has 1 labor, so it's effectively the same as this. They're all the same labor. But this guy has a power. If we go hunting, he lets us spend a labor to reveal a card and take a card, which is pretty good. Or if we put him in the Eclipse pile and don't use him during our turn, so we would have to not use him in order to put him in the Eclipse pile, then we can tip an animal and get a point. And then we start with our Brave, who's just a lot of labor. They come with a labor and a half, and then they also give us another labor as well. So it's basically 2.5 labor. Half a labor is useless, and you have a card that gives you another half labor. And then they can get us a tool, but only in the Eclipse phase. And this one lets us spend a food for a tool. Actually, so the tribeswoman might solve our problems here. Actually, so maybe if we play these 2 together, we can have 4 labor, and then also we can spend a food for a tool, and then we'll have 2 tools and 2 food. So then we'll have spent almost all of our cards, and we'll be running out of cards, and it's a whole thing. So the Paleolithic era is from the 2.5 million BC to 10,000 BC. So that's just stretched. That's a long timeline. Paleo-America is in the Paleo-Indian timeline, which is around 13,000 BC to 10,000 BC. So the end of the Paleolithic era. So Hallenbeck, effectively, I hedged my bets by picking an era that's roughly 2,490,000 years long. And the Paleo-Indian era happens to be 3,000 years of that period. Great, good. When in doubt, just cast a broad net, cast a big net. Alright, so here's the plan. I don't know if it's a good plan. It's a plan. Oh yeah, by the way, you see all those standing stones up there? You can buy those, and if you do, then they're worth points during the Eclipse phase as well. They're like asymmetrical scoring things. You weren't completely wrong. I was technically correct, Hallenbeck. I just wasn't as precise as I could have been. So really, I don't want to... The thing is, I need to... Alright, so now we get into the stuff that's going to... The brain fuzz, because I want to bury one of these tribes folks. I want to get these... I want to bury both of them if I can. If I go into... I actually only need 1 tool. So maybe we don't need to play her. I don't even need both of these. I don't even need 2 labor, really. So here's the problem I've got. If I go into... if I go in here and I bury both of my tribesmen, I won't be able to use them for labor. However, I can always borrow them out of my discard. So really I want to use them for labor first. However, I don't need a lot of labor for that action. So I could go over here, which allows me to put tents out on the board, which would be really useful to do, particularly because I can currently still get the bonus for this. The downside is basically if I go in here, there's a 50-50 the AI will definitely go to one of these next turn. So 50-50 it takes the one I want and I lose the bonus. But I think it's worth a risk because otherwise I'm wasting a ton of labor. So let's go and take... We can also get a culture card. If we use Chief Chiselstone now, we can spend a... No, we need the tool though. I don't have enough tools. This sucks. How do I get more tools? Spears. I need to get this Spears culture card. Look at that. It's just like straight up... It's just like straight up 3 tools when you play this card. I need that. That's what I need. These culture cards are great. We want to get a culture card. I like all of them. I want this one too, and I want that one. Oh no, this game. All right, let's go over here. We'll put our chief down here into the mountain range. And so what we can do now is we can spend a tool in order to put a tent out on the board from our player board. We can spend labor to move our tents on the player board around. Then we could spend 3 food and 3 tents to construct a village. I don't think we'll be able to do that, but I'm going to try to work out if we can. And then we have a bonus of placing... No, we won't be able to because I don't have enough tools. Then we can spend a... Oh, I don't have enough tools at all. Do you know what? It's fine. I think we're trying to be too ambitious for our first turn of the game. So here's the... I got the card that gave me all the food in just one tool. It's a bummer. So, we can pick the order we do things in, but I think realistically what we have to do is we have to spend our tool and a food to buy that Spears card. And that Spears card is going to go straight into our hand. So now we can play that at the beginning of our next turn and get 3 tools. Oh, thanks, T. Carter. Doing my best. Doing my best. The thing is, with these kinds of Euro games, it'd be very easy for me to like just become really insular and then not explain what's going on. And it would be borderline impossible to follow. I can't stream a game for 4 hours and nobody has any idea what's going on. So the reason I've taken this action, by the way, to get the tents out is because it lets me spend the labor on these cards. I said that already, didn't I? But it's also so we can secure this income over here for the Eclipse. So we're going to want to do this really, because like I said right at the start during setup, I'm putting my base camp here because I think these terrains are good income spots. So if I don't put some tents out and move them around, I'm not going to get these incomes, and then that would have been pointless. And I think getting this free bonus is more useful than this free bonus, ultimately. And I want to use the tribesmen as well, and this is the best spot to use them currently, I think. This is less important to do now because the bonus action's gone anyway. So we spent the tool and the food. We bought our culture card. So let's spend both of these tribesmen for 2 labor, and then the 2 labor gives us 2 moves of a tent. And so what we're going to do is we're going to take the tent on our base camp here, and we're going to move it 2, 1, 2, and jump it over here into the Rocky Gorge, so we can have this monolith action in the income step, and I'll explain the monoliths and the monolith board over here when we get there. But that's going to be really useful to getting those out and getting more bonus stuff. And then, unfortunately, I don't have a tool left, so I can't buy another tent to place. So you can see there's 2 distinct tent icons, which I will show you here on the Longhorn Bison card, which I will borrow from our AI friend. So you can see there are the 2 tent icons. One has an arrow pointing down, and the other has an arrow pointing right. And so the arrow pointing down is place a tent from your player board onto the map in your base camp, or the center of the map if you're not playing with the River and Rafts expansion. And then the one on the right with the arrow is move a tent around. So 1 step. And then if we had 2 steps, we could sacrifice those steps to use the Woolly Mammoth module. Oh, that was very exciting, and I think I broke my set. But it doesn't want to focus on this. It's too white. The woolly mammoth is too woolly. Get out of here. Green screen. So anyway, the woolly mammoth is really exciting, and we'll learn more about him later, maybe. Although probably he'll be too expensive for me to move, and the AI will just randomly move it around the board, because that's what it does. Okay, so I may need the mats to control my table space when I do this solo. Well, do you know what's interesting, actually, Kit? I'm going to say Kit. I can't see the figure, it's too mammoth. So, if I pick this camera up here, I try to focus it. You'll see I have a little mat at the top of the board here that I've used for, come on. So the little mat was a sort of a bonus mat they did. And I'll explain it now. I just wanted to show it to you first, and then I'll put this down because that's probably not very nice to look through. So the little mat actually is because the game boards that come in the box are, this is a separate board, this is a separate board, and this is a separate board, and then there isn't a board for this. And then you also don't get this. You just lay the tiles out, and so there's not these nice extra icons that tell you where the sort of the extra bits go. So I'm glad to have the big mats, but they don't fit into the all-in box, which is this big, what they call the Glacier box, which is extremely helpful. It comes with some nice game trays. But the little mat that I just showed you, they threw in because it basically fulfills the function of being this with the other game boards, and it fits in the Glacier box. I've just got it out because I have some extra cards to put on it, and I could show it to you. But it's, you know, these big mats, they're extremely helpful for tracking what's going on and keeping track of what's on the table. But the downside of these is that they're less modular. So if you're using the normal boards, or even the little card one up there, you can move them around and redistribute them on your table based on what space you have available. So it's a bit more dynamic because it is a big table hog. And of course, like I said, this is literally everything. So we've got all these pools of cards. These canine familiars, who I love. I mean, you've got like, ooh, this is the bad dog and this is the good dog. So there's the bad dog, and he's a fearsome navigator dog. And then this is the good dog, and they're a guardian, a companion, they're gonna keep you safe and be a friend. I love these animals. I'm never gonna buy these cards, I don't think, for this whole game. But I love them, so I put them out. We can play with them. All the dogs are good dogs. So yeah, what was I doing? Right. So, spent 2 labor, moved a tent. Yeah, and then I'm basically sort of out of stuff I want to do with this action. I don't have the 3 food. I don't have the tents either. So to build a village, you have to kind of like, your tents combine like Power Rangers to make the big robot. Your tents combine to make a village, and then the tents all go back to your player board and you get a village instead. But I can't afford it. It costs 3 food, and you have to have 3 tents in a particular configuration. So I can't afford to do that, so we're just going to skip right over it and get the bonus, which allows me to put another tent on the board and also move it. So I'll take the leftmost off of my player board here, and this increases the amount of food I can have in my food track. And food can, I forgot food can be spent for labor. Okay, very quickly, this is also important. I wouldn't have done this, it wouldn't have helped me anyway. I have labor, I need tools, which I've sort of solved for next turn. But if you take a quick look here, you've got 2 resource tracks to track your resources, tools, and food. And you can also spend food at any time to get labor. So you can drop down from 2 to 1, that gets you a labor. Drop down from 1 to 0, that gets you a labor again. And so you can see as well, as you progress up the food track here, the exchange rate for food to labor gets less good. But as you put the tents out, your food track gets longer, so you can hold more food. But the tents will come back as well. Like once they're out, the tents are. It's not like a sort of a permanent upgrade because you pull the tents back to build your villages. But anyway, so I've got the extra tent placement from the bonus space, and then we'll move it out here. I think as much as I'd like the 2 points, I think 2 food income at this stage of the game is probably going to be more helpful in the long run. They combine like the Voltron Lions. Yeah, Voltron, rar. I love. That was a good show, actually. Okay, right. Here's another important thing to point out. I bought this culture card. These are only replaced at the end of the round. So, if you snooze, you lose. Right. The 2 cards I played go into my discard. And that is me done. Back to the AI. So, we can pop these over here, actually. It's probably the best way to do this, so they're most visible to you guys. Alright, so there we go. That was his move last turn, so let's see what he's going to pull this turn to do. Now, what I want is to see a symbol here, or a symbol here and here, and an arrow pointing left, because that means he's going to take this action. If he sees the little man here, that's a problem. Or if we see the little man here or here, and an arrow pointing right, then he's going to take the action I want, and that would be bad. So, drum roll. Ah! He took the action I didn't want. Fantastic. That was lucky. So, I mean, this is still good for him. He might take the sacred stone I want, but I don't think he will. So what he's going to do is he's going to block off that action spot. Then he's going to take a sacred stone. Then he's going to take a culture card. And then he's going to blind draw 2 more animals. Oh my god. He's going to have so many animal points. Okay. So I'm going to have to stand up for this. There's too much table space. Okay, so he's going to take a stone, which are these asymmetrical scoring stones up here. And there are 2 sets. There's 1 set here and 1 set here. You can't buy this set until we get into round 3. So you can only buy from this set here. And each one gives you a different scoring, asymmetrical scoring condition for the Eclipse phase. But and these 2 tiles we have to play with. This is the Rivers tile and this is the Painting tile. So these 2 definitely go out. The rest are randomized. If you're playing the core game, you won't have those and you'll just randomize them all. There'd be more for more players, but there aren't in this game. And so... Oh, are we supposed to have our... Let me finish his actions. I think I deffed up again. I think I made a boob. I'll fix it in a minute. Minor mistake during setup. Nothing to worry about. So his arrow is pointing up and left, which means that he's going to take this one, which is actually kind of a real pain in the ass because I was thinking about taking that myself. But I hadn't started the strategy yet, so it just means I have to reconsider. And then he gets to put it down here onto his player board. Can we see his player board? No, we can't. You're not allowed. So these stones go into these spots here. Oh, he can't afford it. He needs a tool and a food, but he has no tool and no food. So now I get to show you what happens when he can't afford it. So I could still do that strategy. We'll see. Maybe I'll do it. So if he can't afford things, then what we do is we check the card of AI exchange. So you see where it says stone on the left? Here. So can't do stone. Instead he does monolith. Right. So now I'm very quickly going to check during setup if I should have given us our turn bonuses. I'm 99% sure I should have and forgot. Maybe not. Yes, second place. So why is there food there? Oh, yeah, okay, so... No, here's what I'm thinking of. Based on turn order... during, like I mentioned earlier, during the Eclipse phase, we're all going to get bonuses based on our player order. He's first, I'm second. The AI always starts. But at the beginning of the game as well, you'll have a card like this. If you're playing with other people, everyone will get one of these at random, giving them a starting number. And then you get this bonus So I should have started the game with an extra food, which might well have been helpful, but I'll take it now, and then I'll figure out a good use for it later. I forgot to give myself that. And he doesn't get to start with anything extra because he was the first player. So now he's going to take a monolith action, which I guess means he's taking the monolith instead of, there we go. Instead of the sacred stone action, because he can't afford a sacred stone, which costs a tool and a food, as we can see here. Now, the thing is, normally, the AI doesn't really need tools and food for much of anything, because as we've seen, it does actions basically for free off of here. Whereas, like, I'm worried about getting tools and food and labor to pay for all of my stuff. He just gets to do a bunch of stuff for free. Go figure. So he's not typically worried about that stuff, but he does need tools and food to pay for these. And so he can gain them and then be tracked here, but he doesn't start with any. So now what he's going to do is a monolith action. So he's going to take one of these, and your monoliths are these stone tablets on your player board, and you'll see the first two are gray. More on that in a minute. And then the others are in your player color, and they're a track that moves to the right. And as you remove them, you're going to reveal income spots where you're going to get more income. And then you're going to take the top one off first, and then you take the second one the next time you do it. And then you're going to take them and you're going to pop them out onto the monolith board over here. And what's sort of notable about the monolith board is that it has lots and lots and lots of different spaces for you to place things on, covered with bonuses. But you'll see these gray spaces here, and the orientation of these tiles was picked from a great many suggested orientations, and they can also be completely random. So we'll take this starting one that he's got to place, and now the reason these gray ones are different from your player ones has many impacts, but the main one is that only the gray ones can go into these starting spaces. And your very first gray one is going to have to go in a starting space because you have to place the monoliths either on a starting space or next to a monolith on the board. Doesn't have to be yours, just has to be on the board. So the advantage of taking the monolith space here is that it's got this monolith symbol on it, which means that you can play another monolith. Fantastic. He's gonna. I'm like, why am I thinking? I was thinking it was me. So he's going to go into the leftmost and upper. So the leftmost is this one, which is hard to tell for you guys from this angle. But if you look here, you'll see that this is the leftmost space. If there were two that were equally leftmost, he'd go for the one that was higher up the board. So he's going to place this here, and by dint of starting, placing a starting tile in a starting space, he gets to immediately place another one, which he'll put here, because this is the leftmost highest space that he can currently play into. So there is a little bit more going on here, because when you place a monolith, or when he next places a monolith, you can place it adjacent to any monoliths that are already on the board. So let's say he pops out two like this. Now, the next time you place a monolith, you can either continue in this fashion, claiming the bonuses that you cover up, or you can decide to go higher. And when you place a monolith on 4 monoliths like this, you get 4 points for building the 5th piece on the one on top, and then everyone who has a piece on the bottom gets a point. So for this, red would get 6 points. 4 for being on top, 2 for being on the bottom. The gray pieces never give anyone any points, which is another factor of the starting pieces. Bearing in mind that, remember, you can't place your ones into these starting spaces. So red can't go here with this one. So if I can, I'd like to grab those higher spots for those points. But we'll see if that's going to be a possibility for me. In the meantime, I'd just like to get some of my own monoliths out, please. So anyway, he builds a monolith, and that's him done that. So now he's going to take a culture card. Again, we're just going to use the arrow system. So he's going to go left and up. So he's going to take this encampments card, which is really good. And I was kind of hoping to get this myself, but never mind. So you can build 2 camps and then move a camp twice. So that's 2 movements, basically. And this is actually from a expansion in the Ancestors set called Prosperity, which offers a follow-on action. So this is very powerful because afterwards, whoa, camera, because afterwards everyone else gets to do 2 of their own placements. Go figure. But he doesn't even care. He doesn't do culture cards. He's just going to take this and add it to his pile of what are called sacrifice cards, which is over here. We set this up at the beginning of the game, and it's got some random culture cards that we pulled out of the game. So we've effectively removed some. We don't know which ones we've removed. So if you knew the card set really well, that would randomize some of what's available. Well, I don't know the cards nearly well enough, so go figure. But what is going to happen is that... Oh, he's now going to blind draw 2 animals. But eventually what he wants to do is move these cards over here to his burial ground. And he'll get to do that sometimes. Oh, I also forgot to mark off the action. So this is the action he's taking. Oop. And the bonus is now gone. And he gets to blind draw 2 animals. So he's just going to make big sets. Alright, so this is the Stellar's Sea Cow, which is a bonus animal that we've just added in because of the Rivers and Rafts expansion. So that's it. He's never going to do anything with it. At the end of the game, if he gets enough of them, he'll get some bonus points. And he blind draws 1 more, which is another Longhorn Bison. So, sorry you guys, I don't think I can, I'm putting these basically off camera, but he's got 2 Longhorn Bisons down there. Maybe I can move them over here now that I've moved his action cards. We're going to run out of room for these because there's going to be a lot of them. Partly because he never kills them, he just collects sets, basically. It's not much better, sorry. Anyway, that's the end of his turn, and now it's my turn. Brilliant. So I'll go ahead and take that action that I was going to take, but I should also have our Spears culture card. So at the beginning of my turn, I can play a culture card for free. I could play a second culture card from my hand if I had one, and for every the second culture card would require me to discard a card from my hand as well. But I don't have a second culture card, so we'll just play Spears, and that's going to end up in our discard. We do have an active play area for the turn, but I don't have enough space because I'm trying to get... The problem for me is not table space. The problem for me is getting everything on this camera. Like, there's not any extra space. We've used it all. Right, so I'm going to take my worker. I'm going to put them into here. We're going to play Spears before we do that, which gets us 3 tools. Now we're looking pretty with lots of nice resources. And what we can do is we can spend a tool and a resource to take a Tribesman card. And that's the top action here. And what's notable is that you can buy as many as you like, but you can't have 2 the same. And I find these ones a little tricky to use, actually, because they're kind of all a bit weird. And that's mostly because I've swapped them all out for the alternate versions. And I'm not yet good enough at the game to really understand exactly what they're all doing. The Storyteller lets us spend a labor to put a tribesperson into our discard, so we can hire a tribesperson. That's only when we're doing this action that we're doing right now. During the Eclipse phase, she gets us 2 food and a point, which is quite nice. So these cards, the alternate versions, are kind of all about spending labor when you take actions to do bonus stuff, whereas the ones in the core set are all about giving you extra labor. So I kind of need more labor in order to make use of these, and I haven't figured out a good way of doing that without... Like, you need more card draw, right? Which means building villages. There's only 4 rounds, though, guys. So this one gives me a labor, and then I can spend a labor for 2 tools. Also gives me a tool and a point in the Eclipse. That might be quite useful. This one could be particularly useful because of the Mammoth as well. And I can explain the Mammoth. I don't know if I'll be able to take advantage of it, though. We'll have to see. I need to build lots of villages. He's got a labor at the top, and then he just gives you a tool when you take the mountain action. So actually, that's really helpful. Maybe we should have one of him. A warrior. And then in the Eclipse phase, he gives you a move and also a... You can move someone else's tent, which is pretty useful. Or you could sacrifice both of these movements to use the Mammoth as well, which is really helpful. Yeah, okay, do you know what? I've decided that we should actually take a warrior. And the cards acquired with this action, you saw earlier this symbol, the one I showed you, which was straight into the discard. That was the storyteller's thing. This lets you put tribespeople into the discard. So they're cheaper, but they go to the discard. This one lets you put them straight into your hand, which is why it's potentially really potent. So we spent a tool and a labor. So I actually need a labor before I can buy this card. So I think what we do, because we're sort of buying more cards here, is we probably... Do we ditch both of these people? So I'm kind of like, do I need this much labor? Ditching both of these people would be 4 labor, but I'm loath to ditch like the Brave on her own, because then I've got 2 half labors I don't get to use. It's the old Eurogame problem of I don't want to miss out on an extra labor that I could have, but at the same time, I don't really have anything worthwhile to spend that on. So I'm going to get a bonus because I want the bonus, because I don't want to miss out on the bonus, but I'm probably not really going to get a benefit from the bonus. Because I don't have enough tools anyway, and I don't need the labor for anything else. So, I mean, and I could get an extra tool from the tribeswoman as well. Her action lets me spend turn a food into a tool. But I just don't think I need that many cards. I don't know. What am I trying to do here? What's our third action going to be? Most people probably would have planned out everything in advance. I'm looking at the stones, and I'm trying to think about the asymmetrical stones, because I noticed that there's one, the one that the AI tried to take but couldn't, and also this one here, both of which score you for doing monoliths. And I sort of had it in my back of my mind that we'd do some monolith stuff. We'd grab those 2 sacred stones, and then we've got this as well, and then we'd get a bunch of monoliths out and sort of just get tons of points for that. That was kind of the sort of the strategy I developed at the back of my mind. So this one gives us a point for every monolith token we have out on the monolith board that's not in the second tier. And then the one over there is 2 points for every monolith token we have in the second tier. So I feel like if we could secure both of those stones, we could get a whole bunch of points, you know, for doing the monolith thing, which also gets you points and bonuses. I've talked myself into it. There's every possibility the AI will take them, though. So I guess we need to do that action then that gets us the stone. And the good news is, I think... Let me check the eclipse phase here. Yeah, your player board is last. So actually, if we buy... We'll actually gain the benefits of this, which lets us put monoliths... Oh, but they're not even going to be in our color. We need to get monolith action from somewhere. That's why I needed the Altars Culture card. Remember I said at the beginning I wanted the Altars Culture card? You guys had no idea what I was talking about? Because it lets you place monoliths out. This is this whole game. This whole game is like this. Or bone pigments. We could go there and buy that with labor. Okay, yes, I have a plan. So I bought a warrior. I still need a lot of labor, though. I was using the Brave for this, wasn't I? That was going to be my plan. So I used the Brave to get 2 labor. So I've still got the possibility of buying one more card. Well, if we're going to do this, we should take the Napper. So let's take him, because he gives us the bonus for this. And that's why we just went and did that whole what am I doing calculation in our head anyway. So that's one more tool. Oh, I sure wish I'd set up more sort of set focal points so I didn't have to keep moving this. So one more tool. Boop. And the last labor, because we had 2 labor from the Brave. So there we go. That's done. And then the next action is spend a food to gain another card and also bury a card. So I don't really want another card, but what I do want to do is bury a card. I'm just thinking about what I need. for the rest of my life. But I think it's fine. So let's spend one more tool. So I go down to, one more food. I go down to 2 food now. I get one more of these tribes people. I don't really know which one I want. I don't know if it's better to just hedge your bets. I might want to think about taking one with an eclipse power that I can use. Because I'm going to need some of these for next. We took the warrior because we kind of wanted his eclipse power. The Napper gets us a tool. But actually, we got to be thinking about our strategy here, folks. And I think our strategy is... can't just be monoliths. Do any of these help us? This is borderline impossible for us to do because it's tons of points for all the tents you get over here, but all my tents start here. And like I'm going to get all my tents all the way across the board to here. Could we do the tree? For every village you build on the river, 2 points. That could be good. The volcano would also be good at the moment because it's a point for every tent left over here, but I don't think we're going to... I don't know if there's points there for us. I don't know if it's worth it. It feels really hard to do. Oh yeah, I totally forgot about the boats as well. I didn't forget about them. I mean, I kind of forgot about them, but the only time... You can move the boat instead of a tent, and so we haven't really had the chance to do that yet. Yeah, hasn't tried to do it yet either, so... I'll explain the boats later when we get to that, but yeah, I was probably going to do that and get some points for it. Damn AI. I don't particularly like her. So maybe we take the painter just because it's got an extra half labor on it, and labor's good. So, sure, why not? And then this gives us extra labor if we come in here, and we might actually be able to do something with the cave paintings, which I wasn't planning to focus on. Good. And then we get to Barria card, so we can take one of our tribesmen from here, bury them in the burial mound. That's 1 down, 6 to go. But now we come down here, and we get the bonus action, which is a step up on the offerings track. So that's good. And I guess the thing is, it's really hard to beat the AI up here, but there's also a bunch of points here. So I think this is possibly just a better one to do anyway. So let's go ahead and do that. Although actually, this one's got an extra burial in it. So maybe we do this first and then try to catch up on the AI here later. Oh god, I don't know where I'm going to be getting idols from. I didn't even get the idle income space over here. Boo. 1, 2, 3. I need 3 more moves just to get to there. There is income for idols down here, though. Yeah, okay, let's do that. Let's see if we can get an extra burial bonus. Could be good. Get us there a little bit faster. And, of course, there's also shed loads of idols and burials over here as well. So maybe we can start building our monoliths out this way and just start burning cards. Just basically to profit from this as quickly as possible and stop the AI doing that. And if this is the kind of mental gymnastics that you enjoy, this is the solo mode of Endless Winter and what it has to offer. So I burned my card. I went up here. That's my turn over. All done. AI's final turn. So here's hoping they don't do something I mean, everything they do is going to be bad for me. Look how much free stuff they get to do. Absolute jokes. So, now, in this case, all of the action space he wants is full, but they're all full. So he's just going to do the action space that he selected, which is the mountain space. So the very first thing he's going to do is for every tent he has on a glacier, he's going to get a point. So let's have a look. Where are his tents at? He's got a tent on a glacier here, a tent on a glacier here. That's 2, and nope, this is a monument space, not a glacier. So 2 points for AI. So he's gone from 25 to 27, and I'm still on 0 down here. I'm not even on the board yet. Fine, it's fine. I'm not worried. Then he's going to try to. This is like sort of a move and build a village kind of action. There's a whole sort of separate help for this because it's a little bit more involved. But basically, what he's going to try to do is build a village. But he needs 3 tents next to each other. That's the top row. He doesn't have 3 tents next to each other, so he's going to do the bottom row. I can't build a village. He's going to draw a new map card and move the inner tents. So the map deck is up here. So he's going to draw a new map card, which is this one. So he's only moving the inner tents. And this is important because effectively what he's done just now is he's moved his 2 inner tents from here to here and here, which has 2 effects. The first is he reveals whatever this bonus is. But the second is now all of his tents are next to each other. So next turn he will build a village. Next time he gets this action, he'll build a village either here or here. Yeah, Difter, this is my normal strategy of, I've got no points, I'm losing, don't attack me, bro. And then I'm going to catch up on the AI from behind later and be like, haha, you didn't expect me to do this well, AI. And the AI is like, I'm a deck of cards. Right, so that's the map card resolved. Then, I guess, for those of you who are actually going to attempt to implement this at home at some stage, the map card has a star at the top. That's the north side of the map. So you can decide whichever way is north. The point is that you orient the star the same way every time. And I'm, of course, doing this is north because that's where I'm sitting. So, after that, he's going to eclipse 3 cards, and then he's going to get more points for glaciers. So now he's on 2 glaciers, because river spaces aren't glaciers. So I've skipped ahead, actually. I've skipped over the eclipse cards, but we'll do that at the end. Because it doesn't really matter. But he's now on 2 glaciers, so he's going to get 2 more points, putting up on 29. And then he's going to eclipse 3 cards. So this is basically, like, he might not eclipse any cards, but during the actual game, the 3rd round is when you would put cards that you want to commit to the eclipse into an eclipse stack. And remember, the point is that when we reveal this, it's got 2 effects. You get the eclipse powers on any of the cards you put in there, and you also get to total up the labor shown here, and that's going to determine player order, whoever has the most labor. I think ties are broken in favor of the person who is lowest on the track currently. So you have an advantage if you're trying to take over first player, I think. But I can't remember. But the point is, if we look at his cards here, they've all got a little labor value in the top corner, and so when he eclipses cards, he just puts them from his deck into the eclipse, into a stack, and then during the eclipse phase, we'll flip them all over, and he'll have that much labor. So he's going to put 3 cards in there, which, in my estimation, will probably give him between like 1.5 and 3 labor, probably. But anyway, we'll make an eclipse stack for him. 1, 2, 3 cards. I'll just pop them down there. And he also gets to count. That's right. So he gets his eclipse stack, and he also gets to count whatever card is on top of his current stack as well. So he'll have half a labor from here. So he might have 2.5. So realistically, I want to take over. And I kind of do, because I kind of want the extra monolith action, because that's my strategy now. So, you know, the first person gets to build a monolith. The second person just gets to draw a card. So if I can beat him, I'll try. I might actually, because I have quite a lot of cards in my hand. I have 4. But we'll see, because I have 1 more action to do. Oh yeah, and he did, what did he do? Mountains? Yeah, he did mountains. Oh, there we go. Cool. And now it's me to do my final action, and as discussed, I'm going to come in here. I'm going to wait. This is kind of a shame, really, because maybe I should wait till next turn. I'm just paranoid about him taking that Sacred Stone I want. But if I can beat him for first player, I could potentially get, like, a point. And 1 point is 1 less point I need to catch up to that 29. Alright, so I need 3 labor to buy a culture card. Am I going to buy a culture card? 3 labor's a lot. And I need 2.5. I could burn a bunch of cards, but then I'd be burning cards that I don't even want to burn. I totally forgot to burn my second tribesman from the bonus action here. I went up the offerings track, and then I forgot to do the second burn. And the reason I know that is because there's 2 trash ceremonial Bari actions there, and I've only gotten rid of one of my 2 tribesmen. So there we go. That's the action I forgot. Now, the thing is, there's opportunities here to get more Bari actions, but I don't have any cards that I really want to Bari now. I've only got the good cards left. In here and here. Oh, these are also in here. And you can Bari culture cards as well if you want. There's no they count towards the points and everything, so I don't really know what that represents. Maybe you're just forgetting about old technology. But most of them are not worth burning. Because they're pretty useful. But again, like, you need labor too, and if you're drawing too many culture cards, you won't have any labor. That's a problem. So if I want to get 2.5 labor, so the thing is, if I put her in the Eclipse pile, I can Bari another card, but I don't really want to Bari another card. So basically what I'm saying is I don't think I can afford a culture card, which is a real bummer because, I mean, we could just give up on beating him and get the bone pigments. And then that would get us, the bone pigments card would get us the possibility of building a monolith, which would be really good. We'd have to use it next turn. I'm showing a card here that you guys can't see. I'm sorry. So this is the culture card I want. I mean, and it'll still be there next turn. So I could just, the thing is, I could just be waiting and doing this next turn. And in many ways, it feels like I would be better waiting to do it next turn. But I can't rethink my whole turn because this stream's already long enough. I can't be going back. It's already 2 hours. We're gonna have to speed up, guys. So what is it I'm doing? What am I doing? I don't have enough culture to buy a culture card. Maybe we just give up on buying the culture card. Do a bunch of cool stuff in the Eclipse phase. Buy the culture card with our leader next turn. If we are securing first place, we'll definitely get that. So the real question is, does he have 3.5 labor or no? I mean, we could have 3.5 labor and then we'd break the tie in our favor. We could kill our direwolf, and that would get us another burial. Am I in the mood to just kill a bunch of like good cards to try to? Then I won't be able to kill the bad cards later. No, that's sacrificing too much, I think. We could kill our Mastodon for food, though. Oh, we can get labor from food. So that would be 1. We spend a food, we get 1 labor. And then we need 2 more labor. I still don't think it's enough. Because we'd have to spend 2. We'd only have 2.5 labor to bid on the Eclipse. No, I don't think we buy the culture card. I think we skip it. And then we just dump a bunch of these into the Eclipse pile and try and take first player. And get the action that way. And we can buy this at the top of next turn and then use it next turn. So let's just drop down here. This lets us borrow a card as well. I totally forgot. So we have to spend our last tool and a food. And then we can take a standing stone. So we'll take this one. And we pop that in here. And this gives us the bonus action of another burial. And now we're going to actually have to bury like a decent card, I think. Because I just don't have any cards I want to bury. So, with that in mind, let's... Who do we kill? I want to kill someone from here, so it's got to be the Brave, who's really good for getting labor, or the Painter, who could be really useful if we wanted to do any painting. There's one section on this cat that I really want to fill in, which is the section that gets me another standing stone, because I could plan to fill that in when we get to Era 2, and then I could have a free standing stone, and that would be really helpful to just grab the last one I need. I also get a free animal, blind animal, but it's quite an expensive one to fill in. It is worth points, though. It's actually worth, 3. Oh, no, it could be worth 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It could be worth 7 points just to take that if we fill that in. You know? And that could be really good. Yeah, this is a grumpy cat kit. It's a grumpy cat. Okay, so maybe we do that later. For now, I have to... So maybe we keep the Painter and we kill the Brave? That just seems foolish. Yeah. No, the labor's too valuable. I'm killing the Painter. For what it's worth. Okie dokie. So, now I have to pick my Eclipse pile because it's the end of my my actual turn. My third turn. So I think we ditch probably most of these to the Eclipse to make sure that we win this thing after we tried so hard to bet on it. So he's got 3 cards. I think most of his cards are either 1 or a half. And he has very few cards that are actually 1 and a half. So I think if we bid 3 and a half, we've got a pretty good chance. Which means we can keep 1 of these 1-cost cards. That means I'm going to get to kill another card. I don't really need to do that. But anyway, that's fine. We'll use all of these. So we'll make this our Eclipse pile. Then we'll resolve that later. This one stays in our hand for next turn. And that's the end of the actions phase. So now we reveal our Eclipse piles to see who has won. So I've got 3.5, as you guys know. I just set that up, so try and make this so you can see it, and you definitely can't. There we go. So there's 3.5. Now we know from the cards he's played, he's got a half, and he's got 3 more cards, which are a 1, a half, and a half. So he's actually got 2.5. So I've beaten him on Eclipse, which is good. So we can re-establish the turn order, which is me in front and him in second. I never actually changed the turn order once in the last game I played. These will be shuffled back into his deck in a minute. And I'm also going to keep these out because I'm going to get bonuses from their Eclipse powers in just a minute. The one thing I want to check actually as well is a rule in the Mammoth, which I'm going to do in a minute. So we've revealed those, we've established the turn order, and now we get to receive benefits. So I'm going to get to have a Monolith. So the question is, where do we go? I think we go towards the burn cards, draw cards section, which means I think we take a new starting stone, and I think we start it here. And then we get to place a second bonus starting stone. I think that goes up here, because this kind of gives us the most options. We can go up there and get some food, or we can continue over here and ditch cards and get idols, which we definitely want. So that's a tool. We get 1 tool for covering that up. And then he gets to draw a card. Now he can't draw a card because it's just not something he does. So we check to see what he does do when he would draw a card, and it is bury a card. So he's going to take 1 from here and put it under here. And the cards he buries under here have 2 effects. Because they're all culture cards, they're all worth points. So at the end of the game, he's going to get the points that are shown on all of these cards. He's not going to get the points shown on these cards. So it's more worthwhile. We get the points no matter where they are, whether they're under here, whether they're here, in our hand, in our draw pile. We get those cards, those points. But he only gets them if they're in the burial pile. But it also helps him for the honor track as well. Right, and then so that was his draw card, and then we get to receive the benefit of our Eclipse pile cards. He doesn't do this, but I just want to. I'm contemplating moving the Mammoth because I'll tell you why. If I do decide to do it, I just need to check if do you need to beat him or equal him. If you have less influence on a hex than the Mammoth, you do not receive the benefit. Well, that implies to me that if you have equal or greater influence of the mammoth, gain the depicted benefit twice. Okay, so I do want to move the Mammoth, right? So I'm going to take the benefit of Warrior, which is move a tent and then move an opponent's tent. The Warrior is the only one in the game with this symbol, which is move an opponent's tent. And I can't remember exactly how it works because I never used it, and I've never seen it on any other card, or I'm sure it's only on the Warrior. But what you can do is combine both of these to make the double moves you need to move the Mammoth. And so I'm actually going to move the Mammoth. So the thing about the Mammoth, here's how the Mammoth works. Oh, and actually, shit, the AI should have moved it. So I'll show you how that works too. The AI should have moved it when he does his tents. Oh, and he should have moved... Oh, I've missed a bunch of stuff on this board. There's so much going on in this version of the game. You guys will help keep me honest though, right? Why am I looking at this? Yes, because I need the symbol for the Mammoth. Right, so here's the deal. Whenever the AI moves the two small tents around the inside of... Oh, okay. These two tents, the two small tents, whenever he moves the two small tents, he also puts the Mammoth. And he shoots the Mammoth... Actually, he puts the Mammoth here, which is kind of where I wanted it. That's really funny. So the way the Mammoth works is this, is it has influence equal to the current round. So in round 1 it has 1 influence, in round 2 it has 2 influence, and so on. And it exerts it on the tiles around it. If the Mammoth beats you, you don't get the benefit of the tile, which is the same in the normal game. If someone else has more influence than you, you don't get the benefit. If you're tied, you both get it. If you have the most, you get it. So the Mammoth, but the thing with the Mammoth is, if you equal to or beat him, you get the benefits of the tile twice, which is really good. And so this is going to get us monoliths out, more points. So I think... I mean, he's now moved the Mammoth to where I wanted it. So that's mad. I'm going to have an issue in round 2, though, if I don't build a village or another tent here. Because... And he'll probably move the Mammoth again anyway. But I was going to put the Mammoth here, but it's fine. I just wanted it touching this tile so that it would be equal, so I get to do that twice. So whenever the AI moves the Mammoth, by the way, he just... he shoots it. Whenever he moves his 2 tents, he puts the Mammoth like on an opposite trajectory to the 2 tents. And he always moves it. The other thing is, I believe that whenever he moves his tents, or whenever he takes that action, he also advances his boat 1 space down the river, which I totally forgot to do. So he moves the Mammoth and the boat, which means he's now ahead of me on the river. So now I have to actually look up what the Warrior does. But what I will do probably is, instead of moving tents, I'll probably move my boat, because there's a little bonus for whoever's ahead on the river. And I totally forgot about... what set is the... He's from the river set, the Warrior. So, where is your special ability, Warrior? You can move You may move one of your camps or your raft. You may move an opponent's camp from one hex to an adjacent hex, but not their raft. Okay. I mean, I don't think it really matters. I guess what I'll do is I'll use his power to advance my boat, so now we're tied. And then I can move an opponent's tent. So I could either take the tent here away, then he wouldn't get a point for that. But I think it's probably better to move this tent over here. How is that going to work with his... How's that going to work in solo mode? because he's got a very fixed. What is the? Bear with me. I don't know how the warrior, because I would totally screw up his pattern. Oh no, it doesn't matter actually, because when he moves his tents, he just. But the problem is I've moved a tent from the outside ring, so he should have 3 on the outside and 2 on the inside. So maybe I'm not... Do you know what? For the sake of simplicity, I'm just going to push it up here. This also has the added benefit of not allowing him to build a village. But now also when he moves the outer tents, he's still moving 3 tents. So this just makes more sense. It doesn't break the game. I finally found a way... I thought, like, you know, the solo mode of this flows really well. So, the fact that we've finally found a bit of a hiccup, which is if you move an AI's tent from the outer ring to the inner ring, that could be potentially a problem. Alright, this warrior is done. I've received their benefits. The napper is easy. I get a tool, and I get a point. Points on the board, baby! I'm 1. And now I can bury a card. And I feel kind of like I should. Because I need to get up to 7 ASAP. But I'm kind of tired of borrowing the good cards, you know? I don't want to have a bunch of lame cards left over. But also, I need to get 7 ASAP so that because he's going to burn one of these cards and get 5 more points. So, no, the Brave is so good. I can't get rid of the Brave. I don't want to get rid of the Tracker because it's in my hand. I think... Do we ditch the Tribeswoman? No, I think I ditch one of these 2 guys because I can always get another one if I miss them. Let's get rid of the Napper. I'm not super impressed with his power anyway. Okay, good. They come over here to the discard. And then we are into the animal cards from the expansions. The AI doesn't resolve this, only I do. So I'm going to get 1 food because I have a dire wolf. And I'm going to get 1 more food from the Mastodon. And that's it. So 2 food for each of those. And then it's the cave paintings. I haven't unlocked any eclipse bonuses. That would be unlocked by filling in the leg sections where the eclipse symbol is. But I don't have that. It's not going to happen. So then it is terrain tiles. So this is resolved in player order. So I'm going to get 2 food from this tile here, and I'm going to get 2 monolith placements from this tile here, and I'm going to get a fish token from this tile here. So 2 food. I've got so much food. I need those spears back. I need more tools. 2 monolith placements. Oh, we've got a tool here though that we're going to get. That's good. Now. I think we should go in there because that's just draw 2 cards, and that's fantastic. And I'm reticent to make a pile of 4 because if the AI can, it will just take that from me. So what I'd like to do is get a pile of 4 when I have a plan to get 2 placements, like sort of back to back. Although I suppose we could just buy that culture card next turn. The AI gets monolith placements, you know, for, you know, a good word. But let's take this one and draw 2. And hopefully we'll draw a tribesman, and then we can just take one of those burials. Just get rid of it right away. Well, there are 2 more tribesmen. So that's a labor that I'm going to give up, but I think it's probably worth it for the better positions here. So if we go up here, we get 2 idle placements, and we get to bury one of these tribesmen. And although I haven't played them, so it's marginally inefficient, I think it's actually more efficient to just win this race. Stop the AI getting a shed load of points. Get the shitty cards out of my deck. That's 5 already. We only need 2 more. And then the 2 idle placements. I mean, it's crazy, but if we go, if we go 1, 2 up here, or actually then just one more off another burial, then we never have to worry about that for the rest of the game, which is nice. Cool, so that's the 2 idle placements, and then, yeah, oh, and then we get to have a fish token. What does the fish give it? What does the fish say? Oh, 3 more food. Great. I can't even take it. I got up to 7, and now I'm at full capacity. Didn't like that fish token. So with the fish tokens, when they're resolved, they're left face up in a sort of a discard pile, and then there's at least 1 fish token, maybe more, that has a reshuffle all the fish tokens symbol on it. Fine. So that's me done. So then the AI gets their income, which is going to be 2 fish tokens, and that's it. Oh, and a point, because we've sabotaged them. So we'll give them the point first. They go up to 30, and then they get 2 fish tokens. Hopefully they're not super good ones. So they've got 1 idle play advancement and a tool. And they've also got, I wanted that. 2 points and reshuffle the fish tokens. Great. Well, all my best efforts, and they just get free stuff. So whenever they get an idle advancement, they always advance up the honor track, and they only start on the offering track when they're done on the honor track. They get a tool. Bam. And they get 2 more points. Yikes. Up to 32. Then all of these are shuffled. And that's the end of the terrain tiles. So now we get to do our player boards. This could be done simultaneously, I think, if you're playing the real game. Maybe not if there was any reason not to, but any contention, but I think it's fine. So I'm going to get a tool, and I'm going to get 2 points, because I have 2 of my player color monoliths on the board. So, you know, it's something. So there's my tool, and 2 points. Yes, I'm on 3! Only 29 behind. And the AI is going to get a tool, and that's actually it. FYI, BGG says you cannot affect the nomads' camps with warriors from the ancestors. Okay, fair enough, Kit. I'm glad they have answered that. So we'll put this back. I can't use that movement for anything, which is a bummer. But that's fine. So, I mean, it still let me catch up on the river. Oh, I have to check actually who breaks ties on the river as well, which I forgot to resolve. It's just not in the player aid. I wish they'd done a player aid that had everything on it. If your RAF is closest or equally close to the delta, so I haven't actually stopped him either there. Oh well, I got a fish out of it, and I guess that's something. Alright, so the AI needs another 3 points. Uh-oh. Now he's up to 35. So that was 2 points for this space here, and 1 point because whoever's closest to the delta, or equally close, gets a point per tent on the river. The point per tent they have on the river. He's got 1 tent on the river, so he's going to get 1 point plus 2 for this. I mean, I actually like answer Kit that the answer is quite simple. It's just like, hey, you can't do it. Too bad. So sad. At least that's one less thing to worry about. Good, and that is the end of the income, the eclipse step. And I forgot to move the little woolly mammoth, but he should have moved on to the eclipse step, and now he moves over here. And we're going to do the little bit of cleanup. So cleanup is everybody gets their workers back from the board. And then the AI will just reset their whole deck of cards. If there were fewer animals than players, +1, we would put out some more animals, but there aren't. However, there is spots for 2 more culture cards. So let's go ahead and reveal those. some hand drills, more tools, and tanning hose, get a card and a tool. More useful things. Okie dokie. And then I will draw 5 new cards. 1, 2, 3, 4 left in my deck. So I shuffle my discard and draw 1 more. And these are added to the 2 I currently have in my hand left over from last round. The 1 I kept, and then the 2 I drew from here, but then I burned 1. These are probably all going to be quite disappointing. So there's my Aurora Borealis card, which is one of the modular expansions. Oh yeah, and the AI actually, I also needed to, let's just check the bottom card of their deck. It's, I do flip a card? Sorry, I need to resolve this AI's interaction with the Ceremonial Burial Ground, which I forgot to do. Because it's not on the player aid, and I just follow the player aid. Ceremonial cards. Yeah, so does anyone remember whether he was left or right on the last card he played? If nobody remembers, I will just burn, I'll just check the bottom card of the deck. Yeah, Difter, everyone's like crazy about the weather changing, the eclipse. It's the end of the world. We're all gonna die. Oh, it's fine. We've actually woken up next morning, and it's all good. Right. I'm just gonna randomize it. It doesn't really matter. The point is he's gonna burn one of these Ceremonial Burial Ground cards and get 5 more points. So we're just gonna have a look at the bottom here. It's the arrow pointing in to the right, so we're going to take this one. No, wait, it's the arrow pointing, yeah, left. So he takes, yes, right. So he takes the rightmost and gets rid of it, basically. It's gone from the game. He gets 5 more points. Goes up to 40. Uh-oh. I haven't done my cat this time, though. That was where I got all my endgame scoring from last time. And he's doing better at set collecting than me. Game's hard, man. Okay, so, but I do have my 2 cool culture cards in my Aurora Borealis as well. So this is another module. Everyone just gets the Aurora Borealis card that matches their player color, or you can draft them if you want, it says. So I can, this is a culture card that I can play to I can tip an animal. Actually, can't remember what this does. I think I have to tip an animal and not. You know what? I can't remember. I have to look it up. Sorry. I'm sorry. I forgot what it did. But the way you set this up is you just put it on the bottom of your deck in setup. So it's like you'll draw it in the second round or maybe the third round if you've not drawn any cards at all. How did I do with the cards for this module? I think what it is you tip an animal and then discard it without gaining any of the benefits. And this lets you reveal 2 new animals and get another one. Or you can use it in the Eclipse and blind draw and then tip. I think the thing is, I don't think I ever actually played it as a culture card when I played before. I think I just used it as the Eclipse for the Eclipse power because I thought that was quite good. How do I get another monolith? Oh yes, bone pigments. That's right. Okay, cool. We also need to build a village. Okay, cool. Cogs turning, wheels within wheels. And I think Ancestor Worship might be a really good one for us to get if he doesn't burn it. Volcano Worship's garbage for us. So this is 5 points for every Sacred Stone you have, 3 points for every tipped animal card you have, and 1 point for every resource you have, which actually right now would be 10 points. So actually, maybe we just do that. Get 10 points before he can get another 5. If I can bury 2 more people this round, we could just grab that. And actually, I could quite easily... I could bury 2 more people right now. Maybe we do that. Yeah, actually, let's just do that. Here's the plan. Let's send our... Oh, but I'm going to have to spend resources. I'm going to have to spend 2 or 3 resources. And then I'll only get 8 points. Oh. Oh. But I'll still get more points than the 5 he got. 8 is more than 5. Just, you know, that's simple math. But yeah, okay, so we'll get 8 points. Yeah, I think this is worth doing. What is that thing holding the face down animal card? It looks like something I need. Oh, yeah, Kit, do you know what? I can't remember exactly where I got this. It's from, Ludus Magnus, a studio I work, publisher that basically the only publisher I really work with. I work with some other publishers, but I work with them quite regularly. And it's just, a card holder. And it's quite good because you can take these out, so it's quite easy to like sort of put away and travel with. I think this came with one of their Black Rose Wars Kickstarters, where you could buy them as a part of it. They're very useful for these little cards, and there's a bunch of these in Black Rose Wars, so I think that's why they put them out with that. But yeah, if like me, you're a card sleever, these kinds of card holders are really useful. Right. Here's the plan. Chieftain goes over... Oh, but I need to spend resources with her as well. Okay, we're gonna have to hold off on the Chieftain's power till later. Probably be fine. Unless the AI takes a culture card and makes me very upset. So, that might happen, but... C'est la vie if it does. So we go here. We spend 2 tools and 2 labor, which is going to be our 2 boring tribes guys, in order to buy 2 new cool tribes people. And I want a painter. And I want a napper. I think. Might want a warrior though. The warrior seems the warrior can move the mammoth, which actually is quite useful. No, what I don't have are card holders for these. I mean, I do, but I don't have enough, and it's fine. They're not quite high enough to be annoying. Good. So 2 tools, 2 labor to do that. And then we drop down here, and I'm actually. Oh, do I need to do this? No, I don't need to do this. So I'm not going to do this. I'm going to keep the food because I need the points. So then we're going to drop into here, which gets us 1 step up an idle track. So we're going to go up the offering track, which gets us a burial. And so now we've got 2 burials. So we can bury the 2 tribesmen that we just used for labor. And that gives us the 7 cards. So now I'm pretty sure we can just grab that... I think it's at any point during the game. Let me just check. At the end of your turn in the eclipse phase. Oh god, we don't need to do this now at all. I thought we could do it right away. Well, I'm not going to get another sacred stone. Oh, well, do you know what? Stream's already too long. We can't go back, so we'll just do that in the eclipse phase and hope for the best. Maybe we'll be able to get more points if we can get some more stuff. But we need more than 10 points, please. All right, that's us done. AI's turn. So that's their starting card, and here's their new card. Bam. So they're going to take the same action I took, so they're not going to do that. Instead, they're going to take hunting action because they move that way round. So they'll take the hunting action. Bam. They just block off the point, though, and then it determines what they actually do from here. So they're going to bury a card, and then they're going to reveal a new animal card, take an animal card, and take a culture card. And thank Christ they're not taking the culture card I want. Sorry for blaspheming. I'm using a lot of brain power. Alright, so this comes over here like that. And then they're going to get to reveal a new animal. And then they're going to take the giant beaver. No, they're going to take the longhorn bison because they're going to work on their set first priority. And that's the one they have most of. So they're going to take the longhorn bison. And then they're going to take a culture card. They're going to go leftmost and down, which is this one. Which means I need to get a culture card before they get another one. Because otherwise they're going to take this one, which is the one I want. Okay. And then that is the end of their turn for now. Alright, so I don't really know what I'm going to do about the... I mean, I could try to get another... I was thinking about trying to build a village, actually. Because I've got all this food. But I am going to basically sabotage myself. Maybe we kill the Mastodon using the... Yeah, that's a trick. Ooh. The end of your turn in the Eclipse phase. When is my turn in the Eclipse phase? I guess it's receive benefits in turn order. I've just been kind of... because I've only been playing the solo mode. You probably receive all your benefits in turn order, but I've been doing it one step at a time together, which doesn't make a bit of difference with the AI at least. Because there's no... I mean, there hasn't been any contention, and when there has been, I've done it in turn order, which is the same thing. Yeah, okay, we're just going to spend a load of resources now, which is a shame. Because if we want to take the sunset reward, we're going to need to get these back somehow. But let's go out here with our leader. Because I need to get... Oh, I need to get tools, though. And I don't have my spear. Oh, no. Oh, but we're doing mountains. Okay, so we can play... Oh, we can play our warrior. That's super useful. So you can play our warrior and have a free tool. Bam. And he also gets us a labor, which is great. Because what we want... So now we can use our warrior to place a tent and also move a tent. So we're going to do that. And now do we want to do another one? So there was... Sorry, there's the tool. I mean, we're going to get to do another one anyway. Do I have any more labor? Oh, I forgot to play a culture card. Can't afford to play the culture card. Yeah, okay, here's what we'll do. Before we play our warrior, before any of that, ignore all of that, we'll play altars. This is the card I wanted in the first round. Which is spend a tool, get a monolith. So this is obviously part of our strategy. So there's our culture card. We spend that tool, so we didn't even have that tool, to put out a monolith. Oh god, if he places a monolith next round, I'm going to lose... I'm going to give him a bunch of points. Which really upsets me. Do you know what I'm going to do, actually, as well? I think I'll go in here. Because I don't need to start stacking them yet. I don't need to start stacking them till stage 3. This gives me another burial, and I'm actually going to bury this culture card. It's my last chance to bury cards. This is coming out of my hand, so I could have played this. But it's just spend a food to get a tribes person, and I'm not particularly interested in that. And this is bad, not a great card, and I'm just going to get it out of my deck now before I lose the ability to do so. And then I get 2 more steps up ladders, which is really great. So I'm going to jump up 2 here on the honor track because I'm falling behind the AI there, and I don't want to. if I can possibly help it. Although it's very hard to keep up with him anyway. So that's altars resolved. We definitely want to keep altars. So then we go back to what we were doing before. We can't do any more tents because we have no more tools. So we'll just... Right, but then we were supposed to buy this card without our leader. How are we going to get another tool to buy that with our leader? Damn it. This is such a waste and so inefficient. So I apologize, I'm embarrassed, but now I'm like, also the stream's been pushing 3 hours. So here's the tribeswoman. She's going to give us a labor, 1.5 labor, which I'm not going to use at all. I'm literally playing her because then I can spend a food to buy a tool. So I'm just spending her for that function, and that's it. And what this means is I can spend effectively 2 food, 1 to buy a tool, and the second food to use Chiselstone's ability, which is to buy a culture card for a tool and a food. So then we can get the culture card that I want, which is this one, which goes into my hand. Good, and now we can spend 3 food to build a village. So we're going to do that. We're going to go over here, and we're going to spend the 3 food, and then we have to take away the 3 tents that surround the village, the new village. So this becomes a village. And hopefully the AI won't move the mammoth, and we can continue to use our mammoth combo. But we'll have to see. And these all come back to my player area. So this would be a great time to score the volcano, but I just don't have control of it. One other thing I forgot to do is reset these guys. They reset every round as well. I'm going to make up a nice player aid, I think, with all of these steps in it. Because it's quite easy to miss steps when you're playing with all the expansions. The other thing I forgot to do is change the rest token. But nobody's using rest anyway, so it's fine. But you would do this as well during the preparation step when everyone drew their cards. Good. And then I can place a village and move it. So that's not really going to help me massively right now. But actually what I'll do is I'll place a village into the base camp, and then I might move the boat. Does that really help me? Do I massively care about moving the boat? Is it not better to get the villages out? Yeah, the Rude AI is not helping me with all the game admin, Difter. It's horrific. Hager says stream is never too long. Thanks, bud, because my streams are too long. I appreciate that. So, anyway, that's the end of my action, I believe. I haven't forgotten anything else, I don't think. So, I do need to win the Eclipse, though. I'm going to go before he gets 5 more points for an Eclipse card. And I do want that to happen, so I need to draw some more cards. I don't know how I'm gonna... Anyway, it's the AI's turn. Let's see what they do. What horrific thing are they gonna do? Bam! So they're gonna take the hunt action, but they're not because it's full, so they're gonna move right around. Well, they're gonna take, predictably, the last empty action. So they're gonna block off this space here, which is the necklace action. And when they do this, they are going to start by buying a culture card. So they would have taken the culture card I wanted if I hadn't played my horribly inefficient tribeswoman move. So at least I feel a little bit good about that. So they're going to take this culture card here, and it just goes over there. Bam. And then they're going to blind draw an animal. It's another giant beaver. Oh, their set collection continues to grow. They've now got a set of 3 and a set of 2 and 2 sets of 1. And then they're going to eclipse a card. So that's just one of these. Comes over to an eclipse pile, which I'm keeping down here. Sorry, you guys can't really see it. Just 1 card in their eclipse pile so far. So they're probably about a labor and a half for eclipse, but that's pretty good. I'm not going to have that much. At best, I'm going to have 2.5. I'm not massively... I do want to win Eclipse just because of the business with the ceremonial cards. Anyway, the last thing they're going to do is buy another culture card. Not a very good turn for them. Lucky for me. So they're all done, and now it is back to me, and I don't know what I was thinking about going painting, actually. I'm just thinking, what can I do that's useful with painting? I can't really do anything useful. I can just kind of get started on something. Which is not totally bad, because although actually, if I grab and kill that horse, it has bonuses for painting. So maybe I should do that first. And then this would be helpful. Or I just commit my painter to... Or I just give up on painting. There's too much stuff going on. You can't do everything. You know? You can't do everything. I've not done, like, any hunting. But there's also not really any useful animals there for me. Actually, I'm not going to win the Eclipse now that I think about it at all. It's going to be borderline impossible unless I draw cards, and I don't know how I'm going to draw any cards. Unless... Oh. Unless I rest. Oh, that could be interesting. Because I could rest, I'd draw a card. I would be able to grab that rest token. The rest token that's currently on top is reveal an animal card from the deck, and then take one. So I could take an animal card, and then I can tip an animal if I want to get a bonus. And then I'd get a labor and a half for the Eclipse phase, which would almost definitely cinch it in my favor. Oh, resting is tempting. Yeah, do you know what? I think I'm going to rest and just do big turn next turn. So... Now, before I rest, what I will do is I'll play my culture card, Bone Pigments. So that lets me discard a card. So I will discard... What am I going to discard? I'll discard... So the Painter gets me slightly more labor, which is good for the Eclipse phase. But the Tracker actually has a useful action with a point on the bottom of it, the Eclipse phase, whereas the Painter has nothing. So, I mean, it does have a power, it's just not useful to me because it lets me trigger off stuff here I haven't done. I haven't done this at all, Kit. I was asking about that earlier. And that's because I did it when I played my own. I like this minigame. I just, you can't do everything, and I've decided to do monoliths instead, it seems. I don't know if I'm going to have an animal to tip with him that I really want to tip. But a point is a point. I'll get rid of the Painter, and I'll tell you why. Oh, but then I'll only have... I mean, he's got one card here. But he could put more out. No, I'll keep the Painter. It's a shame, though, because I was kind of hoping to have her in my hand next turn, then maybe we could do the action. Oh, but we could take the horse and tip it with the Tracker. We're also going to do some animal tipping with our Lion Aura card. Animal tipping. So yeah, let's ditch the Painter. Am I gonna give up a point? Oh god. Okay, yeah, we'll we'll ditch the Tracker, which lets us do Monolith. And oh, do I complete the set here and just hope he doesn't build a Monolith on his next turn? And then if he doesn't, I'll hopefully get to build a monolith because I'll be first player. And then I can get all the points. Yeah, let's do it. It's risky, but why not? So we'll put it out here, which just gets us a tool, right? But what it does do as well is completes the placement of the 4. And hopefully he won't steal that away from me. So 1 tool. And then we also get a food with bone pigments. And that's done. And so now we can do our rest action, which is draw a card. It's probably the tribesman. Oh, it's the spears. That's useless. I would have rather had anything else. And now I'm going to trigger the rest bonus action, which is, reveal an animal and then take an animal. So I've revealed a direwolf. So I kind of feel like I should take that because that completes my set. So I will. I'll take the direwolf. I was going to take the horse and maybe do some painting stuff, but I think the direwolf is more. Getting the set of direwolves, that's going to be 3 points, which is good. So that's resolved. Now I can tip an animal. I actually don't really want to. The Mastodon gets me full food when it's tipped, but I'm already at max food, and the direwolves are my set, so they're getting me a nice income. I don't want to lose them. So that's fine. I'm actually just going to skip that, and then I'll create my eclipse pile, which is these 2. And fingers crossed, he doesn't beat me on that. Alright, so it's his last turn. Here we go. Oh, he's hunting again. Well, at least he's not adding anything to the eclipse pile. He's just completing massive sets of cards. So he's going to reveal a new animal, then he's going to take an animal card, then he's going to blind draw 2 animal cards, reveal an animal, take an animal, and then draw a culture card. Oh my god. Alright, here we go. So, reveals an animal. Oh, he's going to take all the beavers. Yes, so he'll take a beaver. And he takes that beaver. So then he blind draws 2. Which is a horse and a cave lion. So I'm going to put his not sets yet down here, which you guys can't really see. And I'll just leave his sets. He's got 2 sets of 3, which I think is about 12 points. 20 if he completes them, and he's going to complete the beavers now. So he just blind drew 2, and then he's going to reveal 1 and draw 1, which is going to be the other beaver, because that completes his set of 4. That stays there. And that's then he takes a culture card, which is going to be this one. The horsehair brushes, for what it's worth. Okay. Well, that's the end of his turn. Well, I needn't have worried about the eclipse phase because I've dominated that. He's got half against... Well, so... No, it's the eclipse phase. And we reveal our eclipse cards. I've got the Lion Aura and the Painter. And he's got nothing. He's got half of a labor to my 3 labor. Remember, I've got 1.5 here. And I've also got 1.5 from the rest action. So, then it's going to be to determine the new player order, which is still me. I'm staying in first place. And then we get our benefits. And I get to place a monolith. And I will 100% go here for 6 points. To start... Now I'm on 9. What is happening? This feels much lower scoring than my last game for some reason. Anyway. Then it is... he gets his turn order bonus, which is to bury a card. I haven't explained the lesser rewards thing either, which I could do at any... I could do right now, while I remember. This is the lesser rewards system. It's shown here. But it's also the same as the rewards on the player order, which is that when you gain the reward, you can always take the one below it. So if you would put out a monolith, you can always draw a card. If you would draw a card, you can take an idol. If you would take an idol, you can have a tool. And if you would have a tool, you can have food. So you can always move down. For what it's worth. I just haven't needed to. And so I've done that. So we're doing Eclipse Power rewards. He doesn't have any. I don't get anything from the painter, but I do get to blind draw an animal and then tip an animal. So hopefully we'll blind draw something that's useful. I don't know if there's an animal like a Sabertooth that gets me lots of tools. So this one gets me 2 food and a tribes card if I tip it. I don't really want to be honest. I don't need food. I'm at max food. I don't really want... I guess I could have another painter. Doesn't really matter. I don't really need another tribes person. What am I trying to do now? I feel like I'm still just trying to do monoliths, but I've only got 3 left and there's 2 more rounds. Then what do we do after that? Do we focus on the objectives here? Or let's take another painter. I feel like rapidly trying to complete our cave painting at the end might be useful. Oh, right, so I have to tip the short-faced bear. Maybe we just keep the bear and try to... I mean, we don't get points at the end of the game for them, though. Yeah, we'll just tip the bear. It's fine. Can't do anything with the food, though. Oh, and the painter actually goes into our hand, not into the discard. That's actually pretty useful. Okay. Good. That was not a complete waste of time. And then we get to... That was the Eclipse cards. He doesn't do any. Animal cards. He doesn't do that, but we do. And we get a food, 2 food, and a point. Well, we can't have any more food, but we can have a point. So that's good. Cave paintings is nothing. Terrain tiles. So, 2 food. I don't need all the food. So much food. Should be using the food more intelligently, clearly. We get 2 points, though. And then we get 2 more monoliths, because we are still beating the mammoth. Is there another card I need to get rid of in here that's terrible? I mean, maybe we get rid of altars, because we're about to put out 2 more monoliths, and then we only have 1 left, and we're just not going to need altars. Yeah, I think we ditch altars. I'm just thinking about getting a ton of points here. I mean, this should be next to that, though. We could... Yeah, so I guess we go out... So I guess we go out here. We get the idol, and we get the burial. Because we'll get another placement, and then we can cover up that set of 4 for 10 points, which is massive. And then we'll bury altars, because we're going to run out of monoliths, and then we're not going to need it. Because we're about to place another one. Good. And then we'll take a step up here, because this track's important. And then... That was here. Right, so then we get to place our second one, which goes on top for 10 points. I'm really just making use of that space because that's the perfect situation in there. The last time I played this, he played all of his altars in like 5 seconds. Now I'm on 22. And then he hasn't placed any this game. It's so bizarre. These cards create huge variation in the AI's behavior. He's behaving so differently the last time. Good, and I got my 2 points, didn't I? So that's... Didn't I? Oh, we'll have to pretend I did, because I forgot if I've taken it. So 2 points, 2 food, 2 altars. I never moved my boat. Why didn't I move? I didn't have a chance. So that's the end of that. And now it's the AI's turn. And the AI is going to get a fish, a point, 2 more points, and that's it. So 3 points and a fish. Because he controls the obelisk with 1 tent, and he controls this for 2. It's a 43 and a fish. Please don't be the 2-point fish again. No, this is gain a tribe's folk into your discard, which you can't do. So we're going to have to check his substitutions. He gets a tool. Fantastic. Bam, 1 tool for the AI. Done. Okay, so now it is the end of terrain tiles. Nobody made it onto the delta, so no points for that. And player board. So I've got 1 idle, so I'll continue to advance up the old honor track. I've got a tool and a card draw. I should probably do it this order. Card draw, tool, and then this is 5 points. Ugh. Which puts me on 27. Monolith strategy, best strategy, right? The AI gets a tool, and that's it. I don't know what it's doing this round. Getting first place was actually really good. I didn't do that once last time. But that monolith thing is actually really helpful. Alright, good. So then at the end of my turn, I'm going to take one of those cards. So I'm going to take this one, which gets me only 8 points. But the good news is that Sun Worship, I get 8 points, and the AI will stop with that. That puts me up to 35. So I've almost caught him up there, which never happened in the other game of this I played. So this is playing out really differently, but he's still got all these sets of creatures that I don't have. So he's got quite a lot of endgame scoring locked up here. I'm surprised he hasn't advanced more up here. I almost feel like I'm forgetting to do something, because last time he blitzed it up here as well. And it was impossible to keep up with him. But he had a lot more of these monoliths out. In this game, he seems to just be collecting shed loads of animals. Because each of these is going to be worth like a point or 2 points or something as well at the end. So he's probably got a good, like, sort of 30 points down here of endgame scoring that I haven't dealt with. But he's also not really done this. So we'll see. We'll see how that pans out. I'm enjoying your emoticons, Difter, for the imminent collapse of the sun, the death of our sun. Will it ever come back? How long is night even? Actually, do you know, depending on how far north in America we are, we could be having really long nights as well. You could imagine. It takes forever. Okay, so I did their player board income. They're not going to interact with these anymore. I can effectively get rid of them because this part of the game is done. And now we're going to go into... I forgot I could have had a doggo when I rested. I mean, instead of drawing a card. I drew a card, so I can't go back. Not that I would, because we can't go back. We can never go back. But I could have taken a doggo. I mean, I wouldn't have because the labor is terrible, but I like them. Right. I think we might need to concentrate on painting now. I want to spend the second half of this game paint. Well, the first thing we need to do is get that Sacred Stone. And then we can do some painting. Okay, so preparation step. Everyone gets their minis back. I didn't put out his third mini because apparently he went last and it didn't matter. AI resets their deck. I draw 5 cards. We reset to the delta, but we don't need to. The mammoth now has influence 3, which is a problem for me if I don't move it, or if it doesn't get moved. I mean, I quite like it there, actually. This whole double the power of that space thing is really good. And I didn't grok that it did that last time I played this, so that's been really helpful. But it means I need to move a tent in here just to tie with it. Which could potentially be done. So, we don't need to flip over any more animals. Now we're going to escalate the culture cards. So we're into phase 2 here, so I'll do that in a minute. What I'll do, I've reset that. I'm going to get 5 cards. I got this one, plus 4 more from here. Ooh, lead deck. This is what happens when you blitz Burial. Wow, I don't have many cards in my deck. I need to get some more culture cards, I think. They're really helpful. I think I'm down to like 1. Oh no, I've got bone pigments. I forgot about bone pigments. Right, I don't need that either. I could have buried that. Now I can discard a card for food. I will never play this card again. I don't think. Maybe one more time. But, like, I've only got one more token, altar token. So, I need to at most do this once more. Okay. So, these 3 go away. Back into the stage 1 deck. We're not going to use that anymore. The topper moves over. Now we're going to reveal cards from here. And populate with the stage 2 culture cards. Hello. Weaponry. So this is what's called a... So in the first deck, you have the Prosperity cards, which is one of the expansions from the Ancestors box, which lets people take a follow action. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see any of them. Well, we did. We saw one, but we didn't get to see it in play. And then in the second set of culture cards, you've got these... I can't remember what they're called now. Strife cards or something. So it's the same follow mechanism, but now players have to pay 2 victory points in order to do it. So in this one, you'd get 2 tools, and then everyone could pay 2 victory points for 2 tools. Don't know how worth it that is. Alpha lore, animal lore. Draw a card, draw a creature. The Ochre Mines play a monolith out. Oh, there we go. Shelters looks good actually. Just put 2 tents onto the board, onto your camp. Still need to move them around. Aha, trekking. This is what I need. Let's see if I can grab this at some stage. Put a camp onto the board and then do 2 moves. Pay a food to do this, and then also tip an animal. And then the last one, Bone Runes. Take a tribes card into your... Pay a food, take a tribes card into your hand, and then tip an animal. That's fine. Not necessarily exactly what I need to be doing right now. Right, then we flip over a new rest token. It is... play a monolith. Don't need to do that. And then I think we're all good. I'm pretty sure that's everything. If I've missed anything, let me know. Okay, so I'm first again, which is great. So I think let's try and get some painting done, mostly because I want to show you guys how the painting works. It's a shame I didn't grab any of the good painting culture cards. There were 2 of them on the table in the first... Oh, no! We need to get the Sacred Stone. It's worth 4 points. It's worth 8 points in total. So we need to get that. Yeah, I don't think we'll get more than 8 points for it. I don't understand why the AI hasn't played any more monoliths. That's mad. So do we put our last one out? I mean, if we do, we'll get 1... It's worth 2 points. I'm just thinking if we wait and the AI makes a set of 4 that we could potentially get on top of with our last one, that would be good. But I just don't think it's worth waiting for. 3 labor to buy a culture card as well, but we should probably get one of those. There's some good ones, although they're all worth a point. How many points on the table at the moment? Have I got Lost Aurora back? I've got no cards in my deck. I was like, how did I get all these cards back that I already had? I don't know if this is a good call, but let's do it anyway. So we'll play Spears as our culture card to go up to 5 tools. And then we'll go out to here, this action. We spend 3, we've got 4 low culture, 4 labor. We'll spend 3 of it to gain a culture card. I think we should probably take trekking, because getting more, it's only worth a point, but getting more tents out onto the board, being able to move them around, and also the mammoth could be useful. That goes into our hand. And, you know, it's just kind of a cool picture. But I don't seem to have a food problem either, so there's that. And then we can spend... Oh, we can spend, thanks to the tribesmen, we can spend a food to make a tool. We don't actually need to do that yet, but we can also do that, I think, at any point in our turn. We don't have to do it right away. So let's see if we, I think we're going to be fine. Because we spend 2 food going down to 4 and 1 tool going down to 4 as well in order to buy the standing stone that we were planning on for our combo. That lets us take a person and add them to our discard, so we're going to get another painter, because let's see if we can do some painting. And then we get the bonus action, which is just a tool and a food bag. So yeah, we don't even need to use the tribeswoman's ability. Really, kind of a complete waste, but there you go. I mean, really, we could have played anyone other than her. Yeah, do you know what? Let's keep onto the tribeswoman just in case. We'll just ditch one of these warriors instead, I think. We're going to do that? Oh, we might do that action. Gets us tools. But half the labor is useless. No, we'll stick with what we're doing. Ugh, I swear to God, they distribute this labor just to make me mad. Drive me nuts. Alright, good. That's all done. That's the end of our turn. Now it's time for AI. What are you going to do, Mr. Intelligent? Artificial Intelligence. There's a starting card for him. And here is his next card. It is gonna be the action I just took. So he's not going to do that. Instead, he's going to do the mountains action. No, I wanted to do that next. Oh, maybe I'll just go paint instead then. I don't even care. So what's he actually going to do? So he blocks off the spot, and then he buys a stone. I mean, he wouldn't have bought the one I wanted, though. But he finally buys a stone. So what happens here is he just gets this. And then he just gets, like, I think 5 points per stone in the eclipse phase. I mean, really, he should have bought one earlier. It's a shame he couldn't afford it. Can he afford it now? No, he doesn't have any food. How has he got no food? That's mad. This has worked out so strangely. He only gets 2 points for these in the eclipse phase. It's there on his player aid. Okay. So he doesn't buy that. And instead he just gets a monolith out. So bizarre. Okay, and then it's going farthest right and furthest down, which is this spot here, because this is the furthest right spot. I mean, this one's obviously equally far right and further down, but he can't get in there because there's nothing adjacent. That's crazy. Oh, I could go on top of those 4. I should do that immediately. Alright, unless he does it first. Let's see what he does next. He buys a culture card, which is going to be this one. I'm wondering if I'm forgetting steps now. Like, he was doing so well. Or maybe I'm just completely underestimating all the scoring he's got for his animal cards. So he blind draws another Longhorn Bison, which is 4 points. Maybe I'm getting too cocky. Because he played very differently last time. That's fine. Okay, good. So that's the end of his turn, so it's my turn. And I'll play the Bone Pigments culture card in order to get my last monolith out and steal some points. So I have to discard a card. Which one am I going to discard? Oh, I don't know. I guess I'll discard a warrior. And then I can put this one, and I can put it out here, which gets me 6 points and gives him 1 point. Ooh, so close to taking over. Good. And now I need to do my... Oh, and I get a food. Now I need to do my actual turn. Which I could be painting? Thing is, there's no rush to take painting, so if we're going to do anything else, we should do that. Maybe we go get that horse. Hunt that horse. We do have a hunter as well. I can also get another culture card. I don't really know what I want for culture cards yet, though. So let's take our last little person here and send them over there. Then we can play our warrior, who gets us... Oh no, he doesn't. He's not for this spot. He's for the tents spot. Oh, I need to move that tent. That's what I need to do. We could just put him in the eclipse pile. I don't have enough cards. I could use food for labor. Forgot about that. It's not very efficient, though. Cannibalism. Am I eating my own people, Haggers? Is that what's happening? I don't know why I'm suddenly pivoting to painting. I think I've pretty much run out of useful things I can do with painting. And I should have done it a lot. I think you kind of have to commit to it, you know, but I want to show it to you guys. It'll be fun. It'll be fine. We'll get like 7 points for it, which is not very bad. I got like 25 points for filling in most of the cat last time. But we can't go back. We've got to press on. So let's spend... Oh, but that means we're not going to have a person to do both of these things. So basically we don't spend the warrior now, and we put the warrior in the eclipse pile. And then he's resolved before terrain tiles, and we can move the tent. So we don't really need the food. Fine, we'll do that. So we'll spend one of these and one of these. 2 food. We spend 2 food for 1 labor. And then we spend a tool as well. And then let's us take the horse. And then we go down here and we murder the horse. Sorry, horse. Well, you know, it's the Paleo-Indian era. It's tough. Times are tough. So we get a food, we get a torch, we get a red dot and 2 lines. I'm going to explain to you what all this means now. So that's fun. So first off, you know what a food is. I get a food back. The horse is tipped because it has been eaten. So now we get a torch. So here's the crack. Let's look at it over here on this camera. I think that'll be easier for me than putting it in the green screen. So you see how the cat has all the dots and the lines that make up the puzzle. You get to start with 1 line for free and 2 dots here, but the idea is you color in the dots. This one's already done for you, so you don't need to do that one, but you need to do the red dots, the blue dots, and the black squares. The blue diamonds, the red dots, and the black squares. You need to color them in and then connect them with the lines. So we've got 2 lines and we've got a red dot, but we also have a torch. So here are the dots here, and this is the price of coloring them in when you take the action, right? So in order to take the color in the blue triangles, you need 2 labor. If you want to color in the red dots, you need a food and a labor. And if you want to color in the black dots, you need a tool and a labor. But the torch allows you to cross out the labor in this column. Because, you know, you've got the torch, so you can see inside the cave, so it's easier to do the actions, right? Or instead, you can just turn the torch into an idol if you want. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to cross off the labor cost of this blue dot here. So that when I do that, it's easier. And now I've got a red dot from the horse, which lets me fill in 1 red position. So I think we're going to do this one. There's not really any more stones that I want, but I also don't think that either of these are massively useful either. And if we complete the sort of this around here, this is going to sort of maximize our score for the end game, scoring of the cat, which is what we want. I mean, we don't need to make a complete circle, we just need a long line and for it to be all connected. And so now we've got 2 lines. Oh, I should have thought about that. Okay, hang on. I think actually it would be better starting at the other end anyway. No, I can't do anything with the red dot. I want to add in the... Oh, I can. Okay, so we could... It doesn't matter. Hang on. Yeah, I'm going to waste a line, but that's fine. The lines are easy to come by when you do the action. So we'll fill in this red dot down here. And I'm going to do this left-handed now, which is hard for me. But that's because this lets us fill in this line here. And that's a dotted line. So really what I'm focusing on here are the dotted lines, because those are the endgame points. And that's mostly what I'm interested in with this puzzle at this stage. If I was starting out earlier in the game with this puzzle, I'd definitely be looking at the income. I'd get down here and I'd be looking at these and how to get these actions. I mean, this one would be pretty good because I can just pick one of my stones and score it again. And I've got that tier 2 stone that's now worth 6 points, which is for me, which is really good. So that'd be 6 points right there. But at this stage in the game, I'm mostly just interested in the optimal route to getting the most dotted lines filled in so I can get the scoring at the end game for it. Okay, so that was hunting the horse. And then we go down here, and the bonus action is we get a blind draw. So, a blind draw... okay. So this is one of the promo cards. It's a completely original character called Sabertooth Squirrel, and he wants to find his nut. So, he's really good during... Hang on. I'll show it to you over here because he's green. So, he's really good during the Eclipse phase if he gets you... he reveals 2 new cards and also lets you take one. So he's just looking for his nuts. Or he's looking for a nut because he's hungry. But the thing is, the nut's been shuffled into the bottom half of that deck. We're never going to get there. I also think the nut is worth negative points if you have it and you don't have the squirrel. Can't remember, but if... Or maybe the squirrel's not worth negative points though, is it? Might have to... I can't kill him. I'm just forced to have him. Yeah, so he's got no tip ability. Yeah. Yeah, so it's the squirrel's not... He's just searching for the nut now that I've got him. I can't tip him. I can't do anything with him. So I just have to reveal 2 animal cards in the Eclipse phase and then take 1, which is actually really good power. But also the nut, if you have the squirrel and the nut, it's 8 points at the end of the game, which is awesome. If you don't have the squirrel but you have the nut, it's -5. But we're never going to find the nut. There's too many cards. Maybe in a 4-player game. Okay, good. So squirrel resolved. So turn resolved. AI. And what are you doing, bud? So he is taking that action, and he will do that action. So he's going to build another he's finally building monoliths. He's going to bury card, and then he's going to go head first into the Eclipse phase. That's fine. I did all my monoliths already. I've done what I wanted with the monoliths. He can do all the monolith building he wants. but that may mean he's going to get a bunch of points. Oh, hopefully not. So, yep. So you're going to put out the monolith from here. He's doing rightmost and down, which means it's going to be... Well, he can't go in there because it's a starting space. He can't go in there, so it's this row. And hang on, let me just make sure I've got this positioned correctly. It should be like that. So rightmost is this column here, which actually means rightmost and down is here. He's going to get 2 tools for that. It's fine. So he can only get 1 tool, so the second tool becomes a food. Okay. And then he's going to bury a card. There's points there. And then he's going to do 3 eclipse. So we just take 3 off the top and add them to his eclipse pile over there. And that's the end of that. And now it's back to me. My last turn this round. So I'm going to buy a culture card with her. Sure. So are we going to go painting or are we going to... No, we need to move that. We don't need this anymore. That's right. Oh, but I can always turn it into the lesser rewards. So I can still use it to draw cards. Or move up this ladder, actually, which is probably even more important. So we could just be using that to blitz up this ladder. Yeah, and I think getting the tents out, maybe moving my boat would be better. This means I'm going to have to do a lot of painting in the final round. I'm going to get anywhere with it. Can I even afford to do any meaningful painting? What are the odds that I'm going to get to... How much... I've got 3 labor for painting. Actually. I'm not going to get to do anything massively cool. But he already took the bonus for that one. There's no bonus for this one. Well, let's start with the painting, and I'll tell you why. So we'll start with the painting, and we'll play the trekking culture card, and that's why, because this is going to get us some of what I'm already talking about anyway. Although trekking does let me tip an animal, and I don't have an animal to tip, that I want to tip. I could tip the mastodon, but I'm only going to get 1 food out of it, which is kind of pointless. So there's the food. Place the tent. And then we can move a tent twice, or I think we can move 2 tents once. Yeah, exactly. So let's do this. We'll move this one here so that we can beat the mammoth. And we'll move this one. No, we'll move the boat. That's what we'll do. We'll move the raft. Good. So that's the end of that. And then we will go and do painting. I will play... Oh, I played my leader, so I'll pay a food and a tool to gain a culture card for next turn. I'm just going to take weaponry because it gets me tools, but most importantly, it gives him minus points because he'll follow, and it's worth 2 points. So that's like a 4-point swing when I play that card. And then I get to now fill in my little board. So we'll come back over here. I've got the painter. So the painter is going to give me 3 labor for this task, and also a meat, food for just reasons. So I'll play the painter out, get a food, puts me up to 4. And now I'm going to see where are the best spots for me to fill in here, because I can fill in blue ones. So I'm trying to think. I've got this one here, and I've got this one here, and I want to cover up the white dotted lines. Going around the outside of the feet is probably the most sort of like efficient path, but it doesn't get me anything, right? When I say the most efficient path, I mean to scoring points. Obviously, this is the shortest path along the top here, so maybe that's better, actually. Let's have a think here. For the cost, we've got 3 labor, so we could do 3 of these. The cost of a food and a tool. Yeah, okay. I think that's probably a good bet. But we should start from the other side because we already have more stuff going on over there. So we go, this is cost of labor, this cost of food and a labor, this cost of tool and a labor. We had 3 labor, so I need to pay a tool and a food still. And then when you do this action, the paint action, you can fill in as the second part as many lines as you want, provided you have the correct stuff to do. So actually, as a part of this, we can also fill in this line here, but it doesn't really matter because, I just can't draw straight with his hand. It doesn't really matter because we're not going to be completing anything down there, and what we're looking to fill in are the lines with the white, not the black. I mean, again, if we can completely surround something and get the bonus, that's a nice extra, but I'm not focusing on that. Like I said, I'm just filling this in for endgame scoring, really. So we've done basically all of that. There's no bonus here for painting, which would normally be a torch and then trigger a sector, but it doesn't exist in solo mode, so that's fine. So we're down there now, and I'm all... I have to set up my Eclipse pile. Right, he's got 3 cards. He's probably winning this. I don't think I could beat him either, but I also don't think I'm too worried about beating him. I will add my last... So normally, obviously, this would be secret because you don't want people to know what you've got. You can also bluff with culture cards. There's no point in bluffing with culture cards in solo mode. So I'm going to put in a warrior and a lion aura, I think, just because I want their Eclipse powers. He gives me 1 move. I don't really know what I'm going to do with that. I don't really know what to do with that, actually. I suppose having 1 move is better than nothing. And there's a chance that the AI might move his tents, and thus the mammoth on the final round, so that gives me at least 1 thing to react with. I could move this guy if I don't need him there anymore. And then I'll put in Last Aura because it's just nice to get an extra animal card and ditch it. So there we go. Now it's the AI's final turn. What is his last turn? I forgot to put this out here. Right. So now it's his final turn. Here we go. So he's going to take... he's going to take 2 more Sacred Rocks. Good lord. Alright, so he's going to do the necklace action. And he's going to take a Sacred Stone. Oh, but he can't afford it. He has a food now. Oh, he did get a food because, yeah, he did get a food. So he can finally take a Sacred Stone. So he's going to pay a food and a tool. And then he's going to get this one, which is going to give him points for every tipped yellow card. But actually, it's not, because it doesn't do that for him. All they do for him, you could even turn them over. They just give him 2 points in the Eclipse phase every Eclipse phase. So it's effectively worth 4 points for him. But that's fine. So he's going to get that. And then he's going to buy a culture card, which is going to be this one. He needs to start moving these over. And then he's going to get another stone. He can't afford another stone, so now he's going to get a monolith, which is going to be this one, and he's going to put it here, which is another culture card. And then he's going to get another culture card, which is going to be this one. Yikes, that's a lot of points, but if only he could move them over here. And finally, he's going to blind draw an animal. It's Cave Lion, so now he's got 2 of those. So he's just kicking off another set. Fantastic. Happy for you, dude. There's a lot of points here. Geez, the culture cards are wild. But he's not doing this either. It's so bizarre. Sometimes they just do wildly different things. And that's the end of his turn. So now we're going into the Eclipse phase. And we shall reveal that he has 3 labor. And I have 1 labor. So he's going to get to be first player again. And that means that he will build another monolith. in a moment. No now? Yes, we've determined new player order. So yes, he will build another monolith. Which is going to be rightmost and up, which is still here. Now he can't build there, so it's going to be here. Which is 2 card draw. He doesn't draw cards, so instead he's going to bury 2 of these. This is more like what I'm used to from him. We're getting more. Things are escalating. Okay, I get no clip. I get to draw a card, which is the painter. So that's nice. If we're going to do that painting stuff, and then I get to do the eclipse powers of my 2 factions. So let's blind draw and tip an animal first and see what we get. So we've got a stellar sea cow. Okay, well, I need like 2 of these. So this is set collection. You see at the bottom, there's no eclipse symbol. So this is like the ones from the original game, because these are not the replacement ones. This is just from the Raft expansion. So they're only like the horse. This one and the horse are here because of the expansions. He's got one of these. I don't think I'm going to find a second one for 5 points. So I might just tip it right now and get the 2 fish. We do have the saber-toothed squirrel. So if we do find another one of these, and then I tipped it for 2 fish and got Bupkis from the fish, I'll be cross. What am I really going to get from the fish that I need? I don't need food and tools. I'm actually doing quite well for resources. Alright, against my better judgment, I'm keeping the cow for now. Just because I don't really know I don't know what the fish, what's in there for the fish. They're unpredictable. It's wild. Okay, so we'll keep the sea cow for the moment, just in case our little squirrel friend here reveals more cows. Okay, and that's last Aurora resolved, and then the warrior lets us do a move. We didn't see anything from the AI about that, so I think we probably just move this out here. Which one of these is actually useful? That is not useful to me. That's potentially useful. Volcano. That could be a few points. I don't think the obelisk is going to matter. I'm never going to get there. So, yeah, we'll put it out there anyway. Because it's worth having a move. Can't do anything with the second move. He's done. And so that is the Eclipse pile cards. Animal cards. That's just me. I'm going to get 2 food, a point, and then the saber-toothed squirrel. So here's the 2 food, a point. Oh, I'm so close to catching up. I'm going to overtake him this round, actually, which is wild. And then 2 more animals from the squirrel, who manically searches for his nut. Hey, look at that. And then I get to take one. And the sea cow. See, sometimes a bit of hope pays off. That's 5 points at the end. That's nice. Good job, squirrel. He's like, I still need that nut. I just need to nut. A nut. Okay. So then it's the cave paintings. There's no effect. Then it's terrain tiles in player order, which is starting with the AI. So he's still not moved them. I mean, he's being wildly sort of still. What he's going to get is a fish and 3 points. So here's his fish. Let us see what the fish do. It's a point of food. Okay. So, actually, that's pretty good. So 4 points of food for him. He does need that food if he's going to build more of these stones. 4 points, though. Rough. For me. Okay. And then I'm going to get... Well, I'm going to get 2 points. And I'm going to get 2 monoliths. Can't use the monoliths. So I'm just going to take 2 steps up this track here. The reason I'm doing that is because there are rungs here with points on them. And so this is 2, 3, and 5 if you make it to the top. You get these whether or not you're first or second or whatever. Everyone can get to the top, but the order left to right matters. So your leftmost position if you're there first, right? And that's all for getting an extra 5 points here. But this gets me 2 points now, and if I get to the top, I'm going to get another 8 points if I can do that. So There we go. So 2 more points for me. And then did I take the 2 points already? I was on 41, wasn't I? I don't know what I've done. Was I on 42? Did I take these 2 points? Oh, I don't know what I've done. Okay, I'm gonna have to pretend I was on 41, which means I should be on 45. Right, and now I get to reveal a fish. I get a tribesman card. Don't really care. Let's just go all in on the painters. Doing the painting, I've decided. Okay, and that's the end of terrain benefit. Oh, I get 2 food as well. I took that already. I must have taken that already. Okay, fine. So that's why you're supposed to do them in the order. Just got distracted. Too excited. Okay. So now it's player boards. He's first player, so we can do his first. But he's just got 1 step up the track, which is going to be on this one. He's got a tool, which is here, and that's it. Oh, 2 points from this. So he goes up to 50. And then I've got draw a card. It's a tracker. I've got 2 step ups on the honor track, which gets me 3 points. Hit another level there. Up to 48. And then I've got tool. And I've got 6 points for this, 5 points for this, which is 11 points. And that's what we were banking on. So that takes us up to 59. We need this lead to build because of all of his points here from his animal sets that we have not got much to compete with. I mean, we're still going to do well here and here potentially. He's not even on the board here yet. He has not advanced up far here, which is not normal. But he's still got probably 10 points here. And we've got 15. That's a 5-point lead. But this is quite a lot of points that we can't forget about. And with that in mind, I think that's the end of that. So it's time for the preparations phase. So everyone gets their folks back. And we reset his deck. I get to draw 5 cards. I don't have any to draw. We'll ditch the rest token. Nobody cared about that anyway. The new one is place a tent and move it twice. That's pretty good. Now I'm in a problem over here as well because I'm not going to get this tile anymore because of the mammoth. He's on 4 influence now. As we move into round 4, the final round of the game. And we're going to get all new cards over here as well. Tributes, stargazing. Stargazing would actually be really good if you're struggling to get your monoliths out early. Tributes is quite nice, but again, I can't bury anyone because of the ceremonial burial grounds. You got fish drying, which could be good just because I can use it to abuse the AI and get him to spend points to follow me. Axes, move, place tent, move tent. That's always good. And funeral chambers, draw a card and then bury a card. Probably a bit too powerful for him because every time I play that, he's going to follow it. He'll spend 2 points, but then he gets to bury 2 cards because remember, he doesn't draw them, so he'll move 2 from here to here, which I think is bad for me. I don't really want that to happen. If it can be prevented. Okie dokie. So, is that everything? No. Reset the ships. Is that everything? Think so. Draw 5 cards. I didn't draw my 5 cards. I'm going to go into the next round with 3 cards. Can't believe we got both of those sea cows. That's wild. This might just be the points we need to tip us over the edge. It's the spears are back. We've got a... I keep drawing last land aura. That's wild. I guess I don't have a very big deck. Warrior. Another warrior. Where are all my painters? I picked up so many painters. And I didn't even get any of them. Like, what? That's fine. I don't need them. Oh, it's not like I was going to do loads of painting. I just need to do, I mean, to be fair, I actually only need 1 more painter. And then the rest of them would just be, I'm really just picking up points now at this stage. If I can find that nut, it'd be great, but we're never going to find it. The deck's way too thick. So really, I think just advancing up the 2 tracks actually is the best way to get points at this stage. But anyways, the AI first. Oh, I forgot to shuffle these back in. Some culture cards that are worth 2 points would be good. Anything like that, really. Alright, there we go. So, 2 cards. This one goes out first, and then this one on top of it. Bam. So, he's going to go and take the necklace action. And he wants another... Well, new guy, you're in time for the final spiel. I'm going to be finishing up the gameplay in a minute. And then I'll talk through all of the stuff. Right, so there is this action here. So he's just going to block that off. And then he's going to do what he wants. Which is buy a stone. He can't afford it, so he's going to be placing another monolith. Let's move this one back across to... So this monolith is going to go rightmost and up, because he still can't pick 4 position. Note that if there were there was a monolith here, like obviously there can't be. What I'm saying is you can make a 3rd layer if it does come to that. Maybe more likely in a 4-player game. But he's taking rightmost and upper. But rightmost is this one. So he's just going in here, getting a culture card. Which is going to be rightmost upper again, which is this one here. And then he's taking another culture card, which is this one. And then he's blind drawing an animal, which is another beaver, which is actually useless to him because 4 is the most in a set. So if he were picking from here and not blind drawing, he wouldn't take another beaver because he can't get any points from it. So he'd just use the arrow system to choose. Or he'd pick something he's already got. So he'd pick any one of these that were available. And if there are multiple applicable ones, he'd use the arrow system to break the tie. But in this case, he blind drew a beaver, which is useless to him, which is lucky for us, I guess. He doesn't even get 1 point for like starting a new set of beavers. All the beavers count as 1 set, and anything over 4 doesn't add any new value. So you have to diversify a bit eventually. Right, now I put my person out when in fact I was supposed to put his person out. So that's a mistake. Don't do that. Okie dokie. Is that the end of his turn? It is. It's my turn. What am I doing? I think we should put out some more tents, but I don't know why. I've just not really done animals, so I don't really feel like doing animals. Don't feel like starting animals at this stage. So I think like paintings, right? I'm not going to get another standing stone because none of them are of any real value to me. Sacred stone. So yeah, I think I'll probably just do some more tents. So we've got here, come down here. Do I have a tent guy? I do. I have a warrior, so we can play a warrior. And that lets us place and move a tent. So I'll put this one out, but actually I'll move this one down here. Actually don't think I need to place one. So if I can get... I get a tool anyway. I'll decide if I want to place one in a minute. Let's see, do I have any more labor? We've got a tracker, so we could potentially do some hunting. Oh, we should use a culture card. I don't need to use any of these. Let's use trekking, actually. Ah, okay, fine. Do you know what? I will go hunting. I know I said no backsies, but let's go hunting. Because I do have this trekking card, so fix that. Trekking card. There we go. So pay 1 food. We get to put out a tent, and then we can do 2 moves. So we can go 1, 2 out to there, for what it's worth. And then maybe do some more moves later on. And then we'll play the hunter, which is the tracker guy. And let's play him with someone that has labor on it, or we'll just spend some food. We'll spend his 1 labor to reveal a card and take a card, so... There we go. We reveal another... Oh, it doesn't here, actually. You have to follow the parameters because of the AI, the way it picks cards. So, don't really care about any of these things, but I guess killing the bison might be vaguely useful, so we could take him. Let's take the Terror Bird, because it's actually worth points. Alright, so that was resolving the tracker's ability. Now, I'll take the other Terror Bird as well, so I need a labor and a tool. I'll just spend these. So there's a tool, and there's a labor from food. Oop. So I just knocked my resources down 1. And then I will take the other Terror Bird, because that's a point and a step up a track during the income phase, which I guess is not nothing. And then I should pick something I want to kill. I don't really want to kill any of them, but the Cave Lion gets me... The Bison lets me get out another tent and move a tent. And gets me 3 food that I don't really need. The I guess food's alright. The Cave Lion, though, gets me a culture card, which is 2 points. So, sure. Let's spend another tool and another food. And we'll take the Cave Lion. And then we'll move down here and we get to tip an animal. So, we'll tip the Cave Lion we just took, which gets us a culture card and a food. So we go 1 back up here. And then we'll take the Shelter's culture card. I don't need to put these out. I guess we'll take the fish drying technology. Because it's 2 points. Because it's 2 points, and if I play it for 4 food, he'll spend 2 for 4 food, and that's a terrible deal at this stage of the game. Unless you really need the food. Good, and then I get to finish off the action, which is just blind draw. Haha, another dire wolf. That's awesome. So, I mean, not really, actually. It just gets me a tool. I don't really know why I care about that. I keep thinking I'm set collecting like in the original game. Alright. That's the end of my hunt action. It was okay. Time for the AI. What you gonna do, bud? Oh, look at that. Is he gonna do that? He will do that. So he's just taken my mountaineering action, which I suppose is fine. And then he's going to get 1 point for every 10 he has on a glacier. Which is 3. No, 2? 2. It's 2. No, my lead is retreating. And then he's going to move his... He's going to build a village at last. He's going to build a village. Now, I must remember as well, whenever he does this action, he gets to advance 1 on the delta. So there's his advance on the delta. And now he's going to build a village. So he's going to pick one of these 2 spots in which to build the village. And it will be the leftmost spot in this instance because that's the tiebreak arrow. So we take this one away. These 3... No. These 3 don't... It's not like us. So now he draws a card, which is one of these. And he's going to move the 3 outer villages. So he's going to go like this and move these 3 around to here, like this. And now he's competing with me for 2 points, and I hate him. He's also stolen the volcano I wanted. And any fish from that first tile. And he's going to get 2 points if I don't overtake his canoe. What a jerk. And now he's going to get 1 more point for the glaciers. And then he's going to put 2 cards in the eclipse pile. So 1 more point. And 2 cards into his eclipse pile. Which is kind of fine. I don't really need to be first player in the end. Although I think it is the tiebreaker if we somehow tie. These are all in the discard. And it's back to me. Alright, so shall we do some painting? I think we should do some painting. I've got spears, which I could play for 3 tools. But I'm really just tempted to play weaponry. Because I'll get 2 tools. And then he'll pay 2 points for 2 tools. Which he can't even take. So he'll actually get food instead. Which is fine. Maybe he'll be able to convert the 2 food back into 2 points. But I doubt it. So that's just a mean card to play to manipulate the AI. Cool. So... That's my culture card. So now we're just going painting. I think we're just going painting. I was going to do some movement of my villages. We'll do it with the warriors. We'll just put the warriors in the eclipse pile and use them for that, I think. So let's go and do painting. Let's use our leader so that we can have another culture card for 2 points as well before they're all gone. So there we go. She spends a food and a tool. She gets a 2-point culture card. We'll take settlers, I guess. Goes into our hand. And then we will... now we want to complete our drawing here. So to complete it, we need blue, red, and black. Which is going to cost us a total of 3 labor, food, and a tool. And then we will have at least completed the sort of the round. So we've got a painter who's going to give us 3 labor and a food. So there's our 3 labor. There's a food, so we need a 3 labor, food, and a tool. So we spend 1 tool, and now we can complete the sort of the 3 nodes at the top. So you go, joop, joop, joop. So that's the 3. So now we're going to be able to complete that row along the top, which is good. But I do kind of want to get the... So if I can get 2 more labor and a tool, I could actually surround this back end, blind draw 2 animals, and then potentially tip 2 animals. And I'm just... I don't know why. Or we could do 2 tools and 2 labor, fill out the tail for a bunch more points, and also get another 6. Actually, that's well worth it. So I need... I mean, I might as well just spend all my resources, really. So if we go 2 tools and 2 labor, what am I going to do with my last 2 cards? Why don't I spend my warriors instead of my food? Is the question. I don't really have a plan after this. I'm going to get my food back. So I'll keep the warriors, I guess, in case I do something useful with them. So that's going to let us fill in these 2 here. And now we can move down here and fill in as many lines as we want. So we'll fill in line, 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 line to here, and then line to here, and line for the tail. And now we've filled this in, so we cross this off and trigger the effect, which is to trigger one of these stones on our player board again, which are worth 5 and 6 points. So we trigger the 6-point one, and we get 6 points. Hooray! That's good. 65. All right. That's the end of the painting. We're all done painting. We had a fun time, but it's over. So, AI's last turn. We have one more turn to react to this because we're going second, just like we planned it strategically. The AI goes in here. They're doing the same thing again. Incredible. They're just building villages and trying to dominate this board. Oh, they should have moved... No, they didn't move their inner houses. So they will move the mammoth now, though. So this might be a chance for us to react to that. The first thing they're going to do is gain a point. They're going to gain a point, and then they're going to try to build villages twice. So let's see what happens here. This can be a bit complicated, I think. So first off, they get a point. And then they move their... They try to build a village. They can't. So they will draw a map card. And they'll move this raft down the river. Let me get this for you here. Now they're going to move their inner houses. So they're going to move them to here and here. Which means that they move the mammoth to here. That's so annoying. Just one step away and now it's useless to me. But maybe that's a good thing. I don't know. We'll find out. I'll show what I've done so you can see them better. Okie dokie. And then now they're going to actually do the exact same action again. They can build a village this time, though. So they will still advance their boat, because they do that anyway, but they won't move the mammoth, because they only do that when they move their inner tents, when they can't build a village. So they're going to build a village here. And then they're going to move the outer tents to here, here, and here. This is super interesting. Kind of annoying, kind of... and now they're going to get a point for everything on a glacier. They've only got 1 on a glacier, so that's 1 point. And then they're going to put 2 cards into the Eclipse pile. I don't think I'm winning Eclipse pile. So, good. Fine. Fine. Love it. Brilliant. That's their last turn, actually. So they are scoring Volcano now, which is nothing. They get nothing from Volcano because they never have tents on their player boards. They can't score it. They're not scoring Tree, but nobody is because there's a mammoth on it. And they've got 1 point that they're scoring for Monolith, which is fine. But they've got 2 more points for that, which I'm never going to take away from them. Now it's almost borderline pointless for me to move my ship. They're going to get 2 points for that, but I guess that's fine. I guess I'm not really too bothered. I would like to get 2 more idols, but I'm going to get those for here anyway. I mean, more idols would be good, because I can also move up here and get a better exchange rate. So let's have a think. What we'll do is we'll start by playing... because I think what I'll try to do maybe is move the mammoth back. I can actually just play a warrior into the eclipse to do that, so that's fine. So let's consider where we can get the most points. I feel like we've done the best with our cave painting. We don't need to do any more of that. I also don't have a painter. I must have like tons of painters in this deck. I'll check later where they all left, what ended up. Have I done something wrong? Yes, I did. I'm going to call out my mistake, but I'm not going to change it because I actually think that what I've done here has possibly helped them more anyway. I don't know. But they shouldn't have done that. They should have gone over here instead because they already had a worker there. They should have done this. But I can't undo everything I just did by accident. Actually, to be fair, it wasn't that big a deal. They didn't really do actually all that much. They kind of did. No, they didn't. They just built a village. That was pretty much it. Yeah, I don't know if that would have been much worse, though. What would they have done there? They'd gone there. They would have tried to bury... Oh, they would have done this basically the same stuff. It's kind of really funny how similar these two columns are. So they would have still done the two big actions. So actually, just instead of a point, they would have buried a card. Instead of the second point. Okay, that's actually relatively easy to fix. Ironic. That's lucky. So, for the top row... Yeah, don't worry, you guys. This is actually a relatively easy fix. Mainly because the two build village actions mirror each other, which is kind of remarkable. That's good fortune for me to fix this. It's fine. So the first space, they got 2 points. No, they got 1 point. So instead of a point, they would have just buried a card, which is probably worth more than a point to them. So we'll do that. And then in place of the fourth action, they got a point. They would have put 2 cards into the Eclipse pile instead. But they did that later anyway. So they're actually just swapping a point for a Monolith action. So they lose another point, they take a Monolith action. And that's that. Which this is probably worth more to them. Yeah, it will be. Because they're going to go into the left... Oh, no, it's not. They keep going into this column. They're just filling in columns, man. If they could build 4, they would. They'd prioritize that. Anyway, they go in here and they get 2 tools. So they can't take, so they get 2 food instead. Okay, cool. Done. Easy fix. Fixed that. Not a problem. That was lucky. So, my turn, right? I'm just going to try and get some resources, I think. I mean, I think we might have to tip the Mastodon, guys. Get back up to full food. So let's see. We really want to just advance up the tracks here. That's what we want. So we want idle symbols. So where do we get idle symbols? There's 1 idle, but that's not good. Right, so the first thing, let's play spears and get 3 tools. Oh, we don't have to kill the Mastodon if we play dry fishing. So let's play fish drying, and we have to ditch a card, so we'll ditch settlers. That gets us 4 food. And also the AI pays 2 points for 4 food as well. Good job, AI. So you go up to 9. Alright, now that we've done that, we've got lots more resources. Where can I go for idle symbols? I can always turn card draw monoliths into idols. Can't really get those anywhere here. Should have thought ahead. Should have made a cool plan for the last move. Didn't have a cool plan. Don't have a cool. Am I really just gonna hunt for more animals? I guess, building a village, is that really important now? Yeah, I don't think any of these are really good. Big ones. So let's go hunting on the off chance we want idle movements. We're gonna get 2 more. I want more for here. This. I want this. I'm not gonna be able to play it. Should have bought that earlier. Alright, let's just do hunting. Screw it. This is going in my Eclipse, and this is going in my Eclipse, which means that this is the only one I've got. It's a warrior for 1 labor. So we'll flip over 2 cards. Basically, we're just trying to see if we can find Nut. I don't think we're going to find Nut, but none of this is hurting. Good, I don't have any of those animals. Complete waste of time. Am I going to spend a food and a tool to pick one up? Sure. Let's spend another labor to flip over 2 more. How about that? Don't need Terror Bird. Can't make a new set of Terror Birds. Alright, now let's spend a tool and a labor to take a Cave Lion. Because if we tip it, we get a culture card, which is points. And that's the end of that. Oh, no, and then we tip it. Right, yes, of course. So then we can tip it. And we get a culture card. And also food. Good, and that's done. And so that is the end of the action phase. Now we're into the Eclipse phase, where I reveal that I have played 1 labor, and our opponent reveals that they've played 3.5 labor. So they are going to be remaining first player. So they get to do 1 last monolith, which is going into the rightmost bottom spot, which is actually going to be here, and they get a tool. And now they could finish that up. Oh, they can't get a tool, so they'll get a food. They're now maxed out on both these tracks. Shame they didn't step up on these. It's remarkable. And I'm going to get to draw a card. I don't want to draw a card, so I'm just going to step up here. Turn that into a idol. Oh, I forgot that the villages get you card draw, which can become idols. Always remember your lesser substitutions, folks. Which is to say, these guys. Always remember your lesser benefits. That's the word. Alright, cool. So now it's the Eclipse pile, which is just me. I get to move the mammoth if I want, which I could actually turn into 2 more idle movements. So yeah, I'll move the mammoth back here using my warrior card. I think that's the best thing I can do. And then I'll use the last aura card to blind draw, which is another Hagerman horse. Could I do something for points? Yes. I could get 1 more point if I tip this horse. So I will tip the horse. Which gets me a food that I don't really need. It gets me a torch, which I don't really need, can't really use. Oh, the torch can become an idol. So let's do that. So the torch becomes an idle, which pops me up here and gets me 5 points for getting to the top of the track. And then I get to fill in a red and do 2 lines. So we can actually just extend our dotted line marathon down here. There we go. 1 more point on our little cat. Okay, cool. And that is the horse resolved. I could have done 2 lines, but there was nowhere sensible to put a second line. I mean, I can put it here. It doesn't matter. It's not worth anything. Good. So that is the end of the horse. Resolved horse. And Eclipse cards resolved. And then it is time for the animal cards. So we resolve the direwolves. We've got 3, which is a food and a tool and a point. We've got 1 mastodon, which is another food. We've got the squirrel to do later, and we've got the terror bird, which is a point and an idle step. So we'll step up here, and we'll take the 2 points from the 2 creatures. There we go. And then that's resolved. Yeah, it doesn't do it. Cave painting boards. I don't have any Eclipse income on the cave painting board. Terrain tiles. Red goes first. We'll go left to right to make my life, to try and keep track of things sensibly. So here he gets a tool, which he can't take. So he gets a food, which he can't take. So that becomes an idle step. This is what I remember. Over here he gets a fish. The fish is a point and a food. So maybe we should get more fish. This seems really good. Point, and the food becomes a step up here. Yes. Okay, so he maxes out his resources, and then he gets loads of cool stuff. Right, we'll do this one next, which is a point for having a tent there and being in control of it. Then he's got this one here, which is 2 more points. And he's got this one here, which is another fish, which is 2 points and reset the pool. God, he keeps crushing that. How many of those are there? I demand to know. But later. 2 more points. Ba-bam. And then it's here. No, that was the other fish. I just did that. And then it's here, which is another fish, which is a monolith. So he's going to put out his last monolith, get 10 points. Jeez, he's going to crush this right at the end and just destroy me. 65. Good God. Might be real trouble. And then it is... Right, that was this fish tile, which was the monolith. And then here it's nothing. Here it's another fish tile, which is burn a card. And then here it's another fish tile, which is blind draw an animal, which is another fucking beaver. That's a small mercy. And then it's the volcano, which is worth nothing to him. And then because his boat's ahead, he also gets 2 points for the boat. Okay, cool. And then it's my terrain tiles, which is 2 food and 1 I can't take. And then I get 2 points. And then I get 2 anvils, which 2 monoliths, which I don't need. So I advance 2 more spaces up on the track here. And then it is... The cat is crying. She wants to come and say hello. She can't. We've got scoring to do. I can't be distracted. Player boards. Might as well do him first because he is in the lead technically. Or first player even. So he's got 2 card draws, which is just borrow 2 cards for him. He's got 2 more steps up, which is this track here. So 2 up there. And that gets him 2 points for passing the milestone. And then he's got a tool, which he can't use, which is 1 more step up here. And then he's got 2 points here as well for that. 1, 2. And then it's me. And I've got 1 card draw, which I'll turn into a step on the idle track, and 2 more idols. So that's 3 step ups to the idle track, which is hopefully taking me to the top. 1, 2, 3 to the top of both tracks. And then it is a tool. And then it's 11 points for these 2. Which which is the combo we hope has won us the game. But we might not have won because he's got a lot of animal cards. Thankfully, he's collected way too many giant beavers. Small mercies. So that's the end of the Eclipse phase. And so now we can skip over preparation and go straight to final scoring. And the very first thing we're going to do in final scoring is to score the offering track, which is this track. He didn't advance on it, so he gets nothing. I'm at the top, which means I get a 1-for-1 exchange rate, so I'm going to get 12 points. Taking me up to 97. And then it is the honor track, which is buried cards. So he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, more than 7. And he's second place, which means he's going to get 10 points. So he's on 71, he goes up to 81. I also have more than 7 or more, and I'm in first place, so I get 15 points, and I go up to 112. 15 points. 97. 112. Okay, cool. So that's the honor track. And now it's tribe and culture cards. So we're just going to count up what he's got here, which is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So that takes him up to 95. I've got more than that, but we haven't got to the animal cards yet. Alright, so I've also got a lot of crap. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So 19 is 131. And that is the tribe and culture cards. So then it's non-tipped animal cards. So I've got 5. Oh, I forgot to resolve the stupid squirrel. Hang on. It won't matter unless I draw the nut. And it didn't. There maybe is 2 points I could have got for taking that direwolf. But do you know what? It's fine. Because I forgot to do it. Sometimes you just need to learn from your mistakes. If I lose by 2 points, it's because I forgot to look for the nut. So, back to scoring, which is animal cards, non-tipped animal cards. So, I've scored 5 for the 2 sea cows, which is very simple. So I'm on 136, which I think is my final score. And no, I've still got a bunch of points from this. Okay, well, let's see if he can overtake me with his scoring of the animal cards. So I just have to check the scoring for this because it's sets, and he gets special sets on the final scoring. So yeah, so it is for the 10 sets. So he's got 10 points here and 10 points here, which is 20. This is worth 2, so that's 22. This is worth 1, 23. This is worth 2, so that's 25. This is worth 2, so that's 27 points he's got for his animal sets. Oh, are these his? Yes, he had a set of 2 cave lions as well, which is another 3 points. So that's 30 points. Which takes him up to 125. And then it's the cave painting, which is worth 1, 2, 3. The nodes. Sorry, we're counting nodes, which doesn't count that one. So it's nodes on dotted lines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 points. So 150. So this is pretty much the inverse of where we were in our last game. In before losing by 2 points. After that would be hilarious. Where do I look? There we go. 150 to 125.
Not too bad, all things considered. I've learned from my first game. Somewhat. Good! So, that's the end of all of Endless Winter. There are not many mechanics we didn't get to see in play. We didn't get to see the canine companions come out. I don't think that. So just very quickly, I'll answer you guys' question because I need a comfort break desperately and my cat's having a fit. But I'll come back and talk a bit more in depth about the game in just a minute, like I promised I would. But he asked what's essential. And maybe, I don't know if this is going to be sort of a spoiler necessarily, but all of the expansions kind of broaden the experience. I think that in terms of the little module packs, so the Canine Familiars, Boreal Grounds, Aurora Borealis, they're fine. If you've got them, they're fun. They're definitely not essential. In many ways, I think that the Ancestor Pack adds a lot because it's just kind of variations for the core game. So if you like the core game, the Ancestor Pack is like small. It's not really any new rules at all. I mean, it had the Mammoth in it. I don't know if they still do. I don't know how much of this was Kickstarter exclusive, so if I'm suggesting something that was Kickstarter exclusive, I apologize. But the Ancestor Pack is pretty much just alternate card sets for everything, and you can like swap out all the cards for all the alternates or mix and match them. It's 5 new chiefs, so it's really like a lot of just variability for the core game. So I think it adds a lot of replayability if you like the game. That will have a lot of mileage for you. Whereas like the Rafts and Rivers really changes up the territory control part of the game. And the thing is, like, I haven't played it with other people yet, and I have a pretty good idea about how I think it would play based on my solo experiences. But I think the thing about like Rafts and Rivers, for example, is I feel like it means that the territory control part of the board is doing a lot more, and it's a lot more complex. I don't know if that's necessarily a good thing. The board's the same size, but what I really like about the Rafts and Rivers is, or rather what I really like about the territory sort of dominance thing that's going on here is it's sort of like an element of player interaction. And I'm keen to see how that works. But I don't know if it's ever going to... I don't know if it's ever going to deliver on its promise. More on that in a minute. But suffice to say, yeah, I would probably pick up the Ancestors Pack if you like the game. And then if you want to broaden it, I don't know. I don't know about Rafts and Rivers, and I don't know about... Because really it's just those two, Rafts and Rivers or Cave Paintings. I think Rafts and Rivers integrates more seamlessly. Cave Paintings is like another thing to do, so it's going to kind of make the contention for the worker placement spots less contentious. So if you like the idea of a bit of the game being a bit... Because this board integrates with the existing actions, so there's still only 4 actions, and it makes this one kind of a bit more potent, this action, whereas the Cave Paintings adds this whole new action, so there's more for people to do, but then what they're doing is just very much their own thing, which is this, right? And there's not any sort of competition there. So I think, yeah, new guy, 2878. Ultimately, I don't think one of them is better than the others. I don't think any of the expansions are essential. They broaden the game, but I think that Rafts and Rivers leans into making the game a bit more competitive and a bit more player interaction, whereas the Cave Paintings is a bit more sort of action optimization and puzzles. Ooh, she's going nuts. All right, I'm gonna leave you guys on thumbnail. I'll be back in a minute, or two, while I check on my cat. See you shortly. Okay, I'm back. So, here's the
here's my sort of takeaway. I mean, Endless Winter reminds me a lot of Lost Ruins of Arnak. I think that the main sort of difference, like, the thing is, I haven't played it with other people, but my big concern is that the most appealing thing to me about this is I like this player interaction over here, and I like the sort of the concept here of grabbing positions, and my concern is that with 2 players it wouldn't be enough going on, and with 4 players I think there might be too much downtime. This is also just like one game, you know, this is not that important. Like, it's a bunch of mini games, you know. This animal hunting, animal management, set collection is a mini game. The deck building, the getting the culture cards is important. I think this is the one that's less like its own, the least like its own thing, and more like something else that sort of supplements the rest of the game. But unlike, I mean, it's kind of like Arnak in the sense, really, because you can just play cards. I mean, this is more structured though, and in Arnak, what you do is, and I'm comparing it to that because that's a game that's been out for a while. It's similar, and a lot of people have played it. There are some important differences, obviously. I mean, and the main one of them is that in Arnak, on your turn, you have like an action, right? So you can do a number of like little free actions, like lightning bolts. Well, Hager says it did feel like there was too much going on, and that's because I don't think you're really. I mean, on the one hand, I'm kind of like, I'm not sure if you should be playing with all of the content. I don't know if they were intending people to play with all the content. They've made it function with all the content. I think as a solo experience, it's quite fun to have all the content because you have the most scope to explore different strategies. I think with real actual people, and this is getting back to the point I'm making. So I think the thing is, in Arnak, you do like a thing on your turn, right? You place a worker or you play a card that's an action, and then you can do any number of free actions, but there's only a few, and there's very little, right? So with Arnak, you're kind of like, and don't get me wrong, Arnak at 4 has too much downtime. For me, personally, I don't like it at 4. It is designed by a husband and wife team, and I really like Arnak at 2. I find it okay at 3 if people are playing quickly, and at 4 I think it drags, especially with the Lost Leaders expansion, which adds lots of extra bits. So, I mean, I've got Arnak still in my collection. I've hung on to it. I know some people bounce off it pretty hard. I can see why. It's a very sort of heads down, doing your own thing kind of game. But particularly at 2, it's got the right sort of speed where you kind of need like a 3 or 4 turn plan, because on your one turn in Arnak is not really long enough to do much of anything. You know, you play a card or you place a worker, so you've kind of got sort of a plan for the round, and then other nice things might happen. You know, you get a little bonus off some card or something you didn't expect, or you get some opportunity come up that you didn't anticipate, and then maybe you revisit your plan, or maybe you don't. But, you know, you sort of make this plan, and then you just kind of watch what other people are doing. And that's where the downtime comes from, I think. But, you know, there's less waiting time. But in this, I think it's a lot harder to plan ahead because each turn involves so much more. Like playing, like with this, the culture card, discarding a card to play a second culture card, which action you take, whether or not you're going to get a bonus. You're only going to get 3 actions. Like it's harder to make a whole round plan, and there's a lot more decision making turn in turn. And there's an importance to the culture cards you play, the action cards you play, the order you do these things, you know, can be really important. And then there's all these sort of alternative ways to do things, like to spend food for labor, spend action cards for labor. So there's a real cognitive load in this game. Yeah. Hello. You've come to distract me from my thought process. So there's a lot of cognitive load in this game and a lot of thinking. She just wants to look out the window. That's all she cares about. There you go. So, I think that means that because people are doing a lot more on their turn, and there's a lot more variability and opportunities to do things, particularly with the food for labor, and that kind of thing. I think that, or do I discard an extra card to play an extra culture card? I think that could lead to a lot of downtime, and I also think it's quite hard to plan ahead. That's my concern. I haven't played it with real people, so I don't know if this manifests. I mean, it is otherwise a very broad sort of Euro style game, and I like deck building a lot. I mean, I probably have a bit too much of a soft spot for Arnak and for June Imperium, even though I'm not sure really how good they're as games. They're fine, I guess, but they're not games that get me massively excited to play. But I think I always have a bit of a guilty pleasure for them because I like deck building. And I think this is kind of similar. I like the process of making the deck leaner. I really like the burial thing. Although I think sort of the deck building in this is easier and also kind of like much more integrated in the game than those other two. Because of the way you can pass, because you can hold cards between rounds, because of how easy it is to bury cards, because card draw doesn't come from the cards. Like, the deck itself is never its own engine, right? It's always the other mechanisms interworking with the deck that create this sort of engine. So that's fundamentally different, but it means it feels a bit less like a deck builder and a little bit more actually like hand management. You're kind of just managing the cards, making sure you have the ones that you want when you need them to do the actions you want to do, those minor optimizations. And so there's a lot of stuff I like about this in theory, but my concern is that like the competitiveness of this board won't manifest because it will be best at 4, but at 4 there'll be too much downtime. So then you play at 3. Maybe this will be good at 3, but I don't know. Maybe there's still too much downtime. I don't know. But I just feel like if you're going to play at 2, I don't know what this is necessarily giving you that you're not getting from Arnak. Then again, like if you love Arnak and you wish you had more of that, this is more of that. And you can strip so much of this out as well. Like the glacier tiles, take them out. The little rest tokens, they can be gone. All the dogs, gone. These things, gone. The Aurora Borealis card, gone. Those funny burial grounds things, all gone. This whole action space, done. These, all simpler versions in the game. Those funny follow cards that are in this culture deck. I can't find one now. But gone. So, like, the scope to add breadth to this game is enormous. And you can just go all out and put everything in like I have, which I mostly did, not because I thought it was a good idea, but because I thought, it'd be sort of something that nobody else has done yet on YouTube, I guess. It feels, a lot of the mechanisms just feel extremely familiar, and I'm not really sure what this is doing that I haven't necessarily seen before somewhere else. And I'm not sure what... Having said this, I don't want to sound too down about the game, because I do want to say that this production is fantastic. I know it's a big expensive Kickstarter, but you can see where the money's gone, and the quality that's come out of that is fantastic. The dual layer player boards are brilliant. The art is amazing. I really like this. Actually, I think this is one of the things that I like most, even though this doesn't really gel with my natural sort of tastes. I like this kind of mechanism more, where there's a bit of contention. You have to pay attention to what other people are doing. You're competing for stuff directly with one another. I like that. This is much more insular, but I like the thematic nature of this. I like that we're doing a little cave painting, that we're drawing we're actually doing a bit of art. I mean, it's not really creative, but you do get to draw the face on your animal, which is cute. You don't have to do that. There's no reason to do that. But why not? Why not do that? Do you know what I mean? But I like that. And I like those little nice touches. I mean, I don't know what this is about. I think monoliths was a thing. I'm not really sure. I tried to Google it before the stream and find out what monoliths was with, ancient Paleo Americans, but I got hit with a bunch of academic papers and I didn't have time to read them. So if you know what that's about, let me know. So I don't know how thematic that is necessarily. But yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of scope here to sort of. I feel like I feel like it's hard to do this review without having actually played it with real people. But I also feel like I think when I do get to play with real people, it'll probably be exactly what I think it's going to be. The one note about the solo mode as well is that I think this is the hardest suggested difficulty, but I think they said that you can just make it harder by dealing another card face up to the table between every round. So you just have one extra step, which is nice, and I like that there's a way to escalate. I mean, in terms of parsing the solo mode, this is my perfect kind of solo mode. It's super simple. It abstracts away a lot of the overhead. It lets me focus on what I want to do. Like, if this was any more complex, I definitely couldn't play this with all the expansions. I wouldn't want to. It'd be miserable. As it stands, even playing this with all the expansions, I actually enjoyed it. I finished it when I did it by myself. I don't know if I'll do it again, necessarily, but that's mostly because I'm pressed for time. But I do think it might have been nice to have a, sort of, I don't know, some way to influence. I mean, what's interesting was that both times I played, the AI behaved very differently and sort of focused on different things and did different things because their behavior is completely randomized, which is nice, but I guess it would have been nice to see you have a little bit more control over that, because in many ways when it's completely random every time, that's kind of the same thing every time, whereas if you had some way to sort of, I don't know, like what I'm thinking of is like one card you deal out at the beginning of the game, and it's like the AI will prioritize this at all points, and then sort of it will beeline one strategy and then start diversifying, and you could pick different sort of starting behaviors or something just to give yourself a little bit more control over diversifying its behavior. But yeah, Difter, there are much worse solo solutions out there. You've got the sort of the patented flow chart. If this, then this, then do that, and it's just like, forget it. It's too much overhead. It's too much to think about. I don't want to do that. I just want to. When I'm playing the game, I want to play the game. I don't want to be tiring myself out trying to correctly carry out my opponent's choreography. So give me nice, simple, abstracted systems. Like, I really like the one that Vladimir Suchy did for Praga Kaput Regni as well. So and it just made it sort of a compelling puzzle where you could enjoy trying to solve the puzzle instead of trying to focus on, what else was happening. So yeah, just let the AI cheat. It's completely fine. I prefer it that way. Just let me give it a bunch of random crap or whatever it needs to do to keep it as simple as possible for me to focus on playing the game that I want to play. But the thing is, what I'm thinking about is the next time I play, if I were to do this again, the only way now that I've won it, and I don't know if I actually would have beaten our scores in the first game. I'm actually interested. I think I took a photo of the scores. But, I mean, I felt like I got better since the first game I played of this. And I did win this game, which is good because I've improved. But I do also think the AI did worse. So the first solo game I played was 82 to 96. I won that one. That was just pure base set. So obviously the scoring's a lot lower when you add in everything.
And then the final scores from... Did I not take a photo of the final scores? Are you kidding me? Oh, I did. I had 138, so I've beaten my score by 12 points. But the AI had 153, so it's beaten my current score here by 3 points. So the AI has actually gotten worse by like 28 points, and that's completely random. And that's kind of my frustration. Like, you know, obviously if I'm going to be sitting here trying to solve this puzzle, I want to feel like, yeah, we're getting into that point though where, you know, like the solo mode is just try to beat this score, which I also don't like. So I like that this during the game feels like an actual game. And I don't know, maybe I was more effective at sabotaging the AI in this game than I was in the first game and all of that. But like I said, the only way the next time we play for me to ensure that the AI does better is to just give them more of these cards. I don't know how, or I could just start them on a higher score. Because they already started with 25 points, which is basically to make up for cave paintings. Cave paintings says the AI ignores all of this, so just give them 25 points at the start of the game. And maybe also play on hard. Actually, I don't know which expansion told me to put them on hard. One of the expansions was like, and also put them on hard. Anyway, yeah, sorry these thoughts are a bit all over the place. But I think that, in summary, you know, it's an extremely pleasing production, very satisfying to handle, very satisfying to play with. It's a solid Euro game. If you're not the kind of people that are bothered by downtime, and you know you don't have a large collection of Euro games, I think that this would be a nice solid addition. But I do think that if you have an enormous collection already, if you happen to own Arnak, I'd be hard pressed to justify having this in a collection with Arnak, because they're so similar. The differences are subtle, you know, and you'd have to be. I mean, I haven't played this with real, so I don't know. Maybe this does come to life. I really like the idea of the Eclipse phase with real people. I just don't know how important going first is necessarily. Maybe in a game with 4 people, that's really important. In a game with 2 people, it's much less important. Which is a shame, because I like the idea of the Eclipse phase. But I think this is just my personal bias. You know, I think there's other Eurogamers who, you know, because I like player interaction. I like the idea of blind bidding. I like the idea of bluffing with the culture cards, so it looks like you've committed more than you have. That's all appealing to me, and other people who like Eurogames might be like, that's annoying. Now I'm being inefficient, and I'm having to sacrifice sort of efficiency for something that I don't know that I'll get. But then, you know, I would argue, you know, but if that's you, then why not pick Arnak, where you don't have any of that? You know, why pick this instead? So you're picking it because it's got this sort of little territory influence control thing going on, and it's got the Eclipse phase where you're bidding cards and stuff, which is quite reminiscent actually of the combat phase at the end of Arctic Scavengers, which is another deck builder from 2008. But I mean, it's not really the same. I think the Arctic Scavengers conflict phase was much more important than the Eclipse phase, the bidding for player ordering the Eclipse phase in this is. And there's, you know, there's sort of fallout as well, because of course when you and other players are revealing your cards and you've got your powers, you know, you could be moving tents around on your turn to influence spaces that other players are controlling. So they might actually lose their influence between turns, and they could move down the river and take you over before these points are distributed. And so you can really change the state of things on this board based on the turn order. And you might not even want to go first, actually. So maybe you bluff to make... I really hope that system comes to life with real players, but I just don't know if it will. So that's my summary. My summary is, as a solo experience, great for learning the mechanisms. Feels kind of like you're playing an actual person. But once you played it a couple of times, you'll probably find it hard to satisfyingly escalate the difficulty. But actually, I think most people will probably want to implement the expansions one at a time or something. Basically be a lot more reasonable about the way they approach it, rather than just diving in the deep end like I did.
But I thoroughly recommend picking up the base game before you pick up anything else and just playing it a few times, because if you don't like it, the expansions aren't going to do anything for you. Good. I'm going to play it with some real people, and then I'm going to come back to you. Maybe Florian and I will play it on the show. I don't know. I know he's super keen to play it. And I know actually a bunch of people who have it, and they're like, let's play your copy, because you opened it. So I'll get it to the table, we'll check it out, and then we'll come back to you. But for now, I'm going to call that a show. I'll be back in due course with more stuff. The patrons have voted, I think, on what we're going to be playing this month, so I'll have to check out the responses and see what we're doing. And you guy asked, do I ever do like a top 20 of 2022 games or stuff like that? You guy, I've never done a list ever of games, because I find that it's just my own personal taste. I find that those kind of lists without context are so personal and so kind of hard. They don't have enough context for me. And that's just my personal taste. But one day maybe I'll do a top 10 just so you guys can get a sense of. But I like all games. I love every game. I wouldn't be making YouTube videos for 7 years if I didn't like all games. So anyway, that's the end of that. Here's the credits. If you like this content, if you like keeping it open and community driven, please consider checking out the Patreon. We've just launched a Discord. I haven't actually launched it yet. I'm working on it, and it will be launching soon. We'll do some cool stuff on the Discord. We'll talk more about games, figure out what you guys want to see covered and talked about. But I'll tell you what, new guy, I got into this probably reveals a lot about my personal biases as well. I played a 7-player game of Cthulhu Wars recently, and I had so much fun. It lasted about 6 hours, which is very long for Cthulhu Wars, but we had a lot of new players. But I mentioned this to my group, and a lot of them said, oh god, 7 hours of that, or 6 hours of that, would be a nightmare. And I said, no, it's the best thing ever. So, there you go. That's my... I just like games where people stand up and start yelling. get emotionally involved. That's not to say I don't mind a quiet puzzle, especially on the 1st of January. And this was certainly a puzzly puzzle. But I've done it now, and I never need to play it again. Bye, everyone. Have a wonderful New Year, and I'll see you very soon.